Bad fun.
All right, good evening. Now I'd like to bring the regular evening meeting of the Township of Lanning Council to order. And the first item is the adoption and receipt of the agenda items. I'd like to add in D2, it would be the delegation from the AAA housing. So with that, I'd ask for a motion. Councillor Qualley, second by Councillor Fox. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Move on to the adoption of minutes for the regular evening council meeting of April 23rd and the public hearing meeting of April 23rd. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Davis, second by Councillor Qualley. Any errors or omissions? All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you. And the next item are presentations, and we're fortunate to have the Langley Christian Lightning here for a presentation. Thank you very much for coming out today, and welcome. It's my pleasure to honor the Langley Christian Lightning Senior Girls Volleyball Team, who won the 2017-2018 BC School Sports AA Volleyball Provincial Championships in Vanderhoof late last year. This is an outstanding accomplishment for these amazing young volleyball players. I can see there's a lot of talent and dedication that is shown by the team and goes into this. It takes a lot of work to become the best in British Columbia. And you set a great example for all of the youth in the Township of Langley, and we just wanted to recognize that by presenting you with a certificate. So Councillor Qualley will assist me, and I'll call your names up. Thank you. Big round of applause. I know some of you are able to get down and back up again.
I'm 5'7.5". Me too. I'm 9. Oh my God, I'm 5'9". Perfect.
I love the giggling.
Okay.
Always the best part of the meeting. Okay, we move on to delegations. And the first one is Mr. Terry Metcalf from Langley Care Foundation. If Mr. Metcalf can come forward. And just, I'm sure everybody was told, 5 minutes, and then perhaps questions from council.
Your Worship, Mayor Froese, Township of Langley councillors. I'll try for 5 minutes. My name's Terry Metcalf, and I, along with some others from our board who have joined me, would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Langley Lodge. We do have an overhead. So I'll skip my reference. Oh, here we are. As you can see from the overhead, the Lodge is supported by a number of organizations, the not-for-profit owner-operator, the Langley Care Society, our fundraising arm, the Langley Care Foundation, and our auxiliary to the Langley Care Society. All of us are dedicated to providing outstanding care and quality of life for the aging population in our community. Tonight, we'd like to take the opportunity to advise you of a new initiative at Langley Lodge, a seniors peer outreach program. Before I come to that, I'd like to review a bit about the Lodge itself. We started in 1973 as a seniors resident, expanded in 2008, and now offer only complex care. That's 24-hour care, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for the frailest in our community. In the years that I volunteered at Langley Lodge, for example, I've seen the number of residents in wheelchairs increase from half a dozen to more than half of our population. The Lodge itself has 139 residents, 121 are funded by Fraser Health Authority, and 18 are funded by their own resources. I might note here that about half of our residents or their families are from the Township of Langley, although the facility itself is located in the city. We're an accredited residential care home with the highest standing possible in our 2012 and 2016 assessments. The quote from Accreditation Canada was that this standing is rare and exceptional. So we like to say that we're the gold standard for care in Canada. Please note that Langley Lodge is a care home. We're the home for our residents. We're not an institution. We have a full calendar of activities every day to stimulate and encourage active living among the residents. Langley residents choose the Lodge because of its excellent reputation, its dedicated staff, and its community support. Fraser Health funding provides the basics, accommodations, and medical care. Anything else for a quality of life is provided by our fundraising efforts. And that includes a music program, a horticultural program, an art program, as well as pastoral care. In that regard, I'd like to take the opportunity to express our appreciation for the ongoing support of the Township of Langley. We would not be able to provide the full calendar that we do without your support. The impact on our residents is tremendous, and on behalf of our residents, thank you for caring. We do have a large group of volunteers who work with the residents, bingo, bus outings, pets, dinners, to name a few. And last year, those volunteers contributed 7,000 hours for our residents. We are a founding partner in the Fraser Valley Transportation Cooperative, the bus co-op. You may have seen our buses in the area. We work with Magnolia Gardens and the Langley Seniors Resource Centre to maximize the joint efficiencies of our transportation needs. We at Langley Lodge are active in the Langley community. We work in partnership with yourselves, the City of Langley, as well as local businesses, community organizations, and individuals to enhance the life of seniors. You can see from the many photos of our residents, I believe that their smiles are the best evidence of our success in meeting their needs. All in all, we believe our efforts at Langley Lodge are consistent with the Township of Langley age-friendly strategy and the social sustainable strategy that's being developed. Now, the new initiative. Last year, we received a grant from the Government of Canada New Horizons for Seniors program for a seniors peer outreach program. It provides direct outreach services for isolated and at-risk seniors in the Langley community. These are elderly individuals who live alone, often isolated from family and friends. They're not at Langley Lodge. We go to them. With the federal grant, we recruited and trained peer volunteers who have regular contact with the participating seniors. In addition, we provide transportation to weekly social activities, including a meal at the lodge. Participants indicate that the program has become the highlight of their week. We feel that the pilot program has been so successful that we are committed to continuing it and are fundraising to that end. We'll be expanding our reach to the Murrayville area and to Fort Langley, providing transportation for individuals living alone to join us for activities. Once again, on behalf of all of us associated with Langley Lodge, thank you for your support. Thank you for caring for the elderly in Langley. And if there are any questions, I'd be delighted to try and answer them.
So, thank you very much. Councillor Fox has a question.
Well, thank you for coming. I have to say it's a great place. I just had a neighbor 2 weeks ago go there, and I think it's the best place for her, and her family is very caring and appreciates the work. The other piece is I have a colleague in there, which really is unfortunate when you see a colleague of yours end up at our age in Langley Lodge, but you know that they're in the best place for them. And I see Deborah up there, and I have to say to Deborah, you do an awesome job as in your administration capacity there, and thank you very much for the services you provide. You mentioned this pilot project is coming to an end, but you didn't mention what the costs are as you expand to different neighborhoods in our community, and I note that you're coming specifically to communities within the context of the Township of Langley.
The grant last year was $25,000 from the federal government, and that provided training for the volunteers, recruitment and training of the volunteers to work with the seniors and help fund the costs of transportation, because we both bring seniors to Langley Lodge and we take them on outings in the area. So we're anticipating and budgeting $25,000 for a continuing year of activity. We won't have the same costs of raising and training peers because we have individuals.
So is there any chance of getting a continuation of the federal government grant, do you think?
We will obviously try, but the opening hasn't come up yet.
Okay, and there's nothing at the provincial level?
Not that we're aware of, I don't think.
Not that you're aware of? Okay, because seniors was part of the provincial government platform, and but we haven't heard anything about that. Okay. No, I just want to say you run excellent programs, and it's nice to see this outreach program and the fact that you're actually going out in the community and giving these isolated seniors an opportunity to engage and socialize and take advantage. So thank you very much for the work you do. Awesome.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you. Not really a question, but just a comment. I had the pleasure of going to your dinner for the volunteer appreciation, and it was so wonderful to see all the people there, and just, you know, they all exude their caring and compassion. So such a wonderful facility, and just being there, especially this time of year, having seen the gardens and people contributing to that, and it's just such a wonderful facility. So I just want to say thank you for everything that you do. It's very valued to our community.
Thank you.
And Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, thanks very much for coming today. And I just had a question around your seniors peer outreach program, and wondering sort of the selection process, or how you decide which seniors you're able to reach in that particular program, being that they're not residents.
We take reference, referrals, I should say, rather than us selecting them. So either by the doctor or by another organization in the township, or in the township and the city, because obviously we work in both.
Right. So is it such that these people might become residents of Langley Lodge at some point, or is it seen as a distinct or separate kind of program?
No, our intent is not to anticipate them coming, but because we're all going to get there sooner or later, we might all be residents eventually.
Exactly. Okay. Thanks for sharing that. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, that just got Councillor Whitmarsh pretty excited. Well, thank you very much for your presentation. I know the times I've been to the lodge, it's been great. You do a great job, and you also have a great music program. Entertainment comes in, and I know that's a funded program, and that's something that
Yes, that
It's
particular one
fantastic.
is funded by our auxiliary.
Yes.
We raise money for that.
And it's great. You bring in great entertainment for the residents and for me when I show up at the odd time. It's fantastic. So thank you very much. I got one quick question. You say half come from TOL. Is there an area, like a residence restriction on those who do go in there, or is it wide open? Like, is it just that it's close to the home they come in?
The placement from the funded beds is by Fraser Health itself. We have no choice in the selection. And the private pay are individuals who generally come from this area, but again, it's not by our choice. They're coming to us.
Okay, great, thanks. Councillor
Thank you.
Fox has another question. Councillor Fox?
Yeah, just for clarification, we gave you $100,000 for 3 years, correct?
Yes, 33 a year.
Yeah, 33 a year. Where are we at? Year 1, 2, or is that closing?
You're in the fourth year of the third cycle.
Okay.
This is the 10th year. We did 3 years, and 4 years. In each case, it's been the duration of the council term.
Oh, okay. So, all right.
So
Perfect.
so
That's
this
what
is
I needed to know.
this is the last year of
Yep,
approval.
fair enough. Okay. I'll be making a referral to budget deliberations in the fall
Thank you very
to
much.
continue that along.
Great, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, next delegation is Ms. Marilyn Fisher from AAA Housing. Welcome here.
Good evening. You're going to ask me for my name and address. It's okay.
It helps because it's in the recording, so.
Okay, so I live at 108-547-5201 Street in the city, and my name's Marilyn Fisher, and I hate to correct the mayor, but it's AAA Senior Housing,
Oh,
please.
I'm sorry. I scribbled it down quickly because it was a late edition.
You're not alone in
Forgot
that.
the
Many
senior part.
people do that.
I had a senior moment. You have to forgive me.
Okay, as a founding member and chair of AAA Senior Housing, serving city and township seniors since 2013, I'm speaking in general favor of Councillor Arneson's notice of motion calling for an affordable housing needs assessment, and will also make specific comments relating to the needs of seniors whose affordable, accessible, and appropriate housing concerns we seek to have addressed. Coincidentally, AAA Senior Housing came into being the same year as the Township's Housing Action Plan. Our members were so optimistic. The HAP promised a framework and suggested timelines in which affordable housing needs, including those of seniors, would be addressed. Here we are, 5 years later, and there have yet to be shovels in the ground for any affordable housing to meet the needs of vulnerable seniors in the township. While Council learned at the April 23rd Council Priorities meeting that of all township households, 22% are spending more than 30% of their gross income on housing, I'd like to add to this information by sharing findings of the Senior Housing Survey conducted by AAA Senior Housing in 2014. Specifically, of the 541 senior residents of the city and township participating in the survey, 485 responded to the question of affordability, with the majority indicating that this is a much more serious issue for seniors. In that survey, 52% overall reported spending more than 30% of household income on shelter, while a shocking 75% of seniors with incomes of $30,000 or less were not able to access affordable housing. A breakdown for the approximately 23% in the $0 to $20,000 income range revealed an even darker picture. 84% of that meager income went to keep a roof over their heads, and seniors receiving between $20,000 and $30,000 income shelled out 66% for housing. This survey information that 47% of respondents had incomes of $30,000 or less appears to be fairly consistent with the BC Seniors Advocate Isabel Mackenzie's report that the median income for seniors in BC is about $26,000 per year, meaning that fully 1/2 of seniors in BC live on this amount or less. I'm certainly not a statistician, but I suggest we all consider this. From our survey, 47% of respondents reported incomes of $30,000 or less. 72% of the respondents were residents of the township. Despite the finding that incomes of seniors in the township are higher than those in the city, clearly a significant number of seniors in the township had a serious need for affordable housing in 2014. However, given the exorbitant increase in housing prices and rent since 2014, affordable housing need will have surely increased dramatically, and no one should be surprised by the significant numbers of homeless seniors. In fact, homelessness for seniors has risen exponentially in the last few homeless counts. While we celebrate plans of Shepherd of the Valley Lutheran Church to develop a seniors housing project in the Willoughby area, aside from the manufactured home parks, there is virtually no affordable housing for low-income seniors who are able to live independently and wish to age in place in the township. I believe that it's fair to say that despite obvious need and the current official community plan, the Housing Action Plan, the Age-Friendly Strategy, and the Sustainability Charter, all of which charge the township with the duty to provide affordable housing options, so far, no specific policies have been put in place by the township to incentivize the development of affordable non-market housing for seniors or any other demographic in concert with the building boom that has been taking place. It seems our new provincial government is determined that communities must conduct needs assessments to inform policies to ensure the development of affordable housing. AAA Senior Housing respectfully suggests that in view of the great and increasing need, the township should get on with it sooner rather than later, as other communities have done. This request is undertaken with one critical proviso. We must first prioritize the needs of the vulnerable populations referred to in the principles of the National Housing Strategy. Those are women and children fleeing family violence, seniors, Indigenous peoples, people with disabilities, including developmental disabilities, those dealing with mental health and addiction issues, veterans, and young adults. As the housing needs of these populations are the primary focus of the National Housing Strategy, resources to alleviate these deficiencies will be more readily available to municipalities and others who are willing to partner to ensure the availability of the safe and affordable housing they require. Once the needs assessment for these vulnerable groups is in hand and the township initiates policy to encourage development partnerships, the stage will be set to take advantage of the unprecedented support for affordable housing being rolled out by the federal government. As we meet, BC Nonprofit Housing Association is taking registrations for its May Ready, Set, Build event, where experts, including Canada Mortgage and Housing, will provide education and advice. The proverbial saying, if you snooze, you lose, applies here. In conclusion, and on behalf of AAA Senior Housing, I wish to commend Council for keeping this important conversation going, and thank you for the opportunity to participate in the discussion.
Thank you. I have some questions from Council, and I have a question. So the AAA Senior Housing, how successful have you been working with the provincial government to create affordable housing in the Township of Langley? Because we do know it's provincial that provides housing, and the municipalities support and advocate and work with them, but our funding doesn't go to housing. It's a provincial mandate, and that's why we hear the the federal government is providing money for housing and provincial government is providing money for housing. And we can see the
Coming from every direction, right?
I know, and they can see the results of and you mentioned Shepherd of the Valley, and that's one great
Yes.
example of working
Yes.
together with a lot of organizations. But how have you found the province
Well,
for bringing in housing?
I'll have to confess that AAA senior housing has just recently been reinvigorated. We've been kind of resting on our laurels since the reports came out from our summit and our housing survey. But I remember that you were at the town hall about Let's Talk Senior Housing, and so since that town hall, we have new members. And we're going to be attending some of these BC nonprofit housing events, and we are educating ourselves about how we can support other nonprofits or developers to get in the game, because it's about partnerships. We all know that.
Definitely.
It can't be just. Yeah. It's not just the township's responsibility. We have to all pitch in.
Yeah, I know, and we do have, this council did ask staff to prepare a bylaw to assist in waiving all or partial DCCs for housing projects that fit the formula that Metro Vancouver has for waiving DCCs. So
Well, that sounds
it's
promising.
Metro Vancouver has that bylaw going through this month, and I know the Township of Langley staff will be presenting to council fairly soon. So we have a toolbox and it's limited, but we certainly are doing what we can and certainly looking at other options and opportunities to support those organizations that are coming up with affordable housing projects. And hopefully we see more, and it's advocacy from your group that really helps to get some of these other organizations that can help out. So do appreciate it.
Well, I can say that we have recently met with a potential developer, and we're interested in meeting with others.
Good. Thank you. And Councillor Arneson has a question.
Yes, thank you. Actually, I just want to segue from the important point that the Mayor has just made, and thank you for coming tonight. I think all of Council received the same email that I did today about the National Housing Strategy, launching their National Housing Co-Investment Fund. And so I just want to quote from what they're saying is that they have these funds available with the right tools, local expertise stands ready to repair, retrofit, and grow Canada's affordable housing supply. So I think the messaging I'm getting for you is that we have an identified need, and the way to address it is through partnering arrangements, and that all levels of government seem to be coming now to the table, and now is the time to work together to get that done. And the township has its role to play, as do other levels of government, but working together is how we can accomplish that.
Yes, that's true, Councillor Arneson. There's just so much information coming forward from the federal government, the provincial government. It's really hard to absorb it all and figure out where to start. But I think we just have to sort of put our nose to the grindstone here and work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. So I'll move on to reports to council, and E1 is Distillery and Brewery Lounge endorsement application number 32, Keeley's Canada Craft Incorporated, and that's at 203 8162 Avenue. And so I have a question for staff. Do we do the public input first before the motion, or do we?
Your Worship, you can move the motion first and second, then hear from the public, and then dispose of the motion.
Okay. Councillor Long moves, Councillor Qualley seconds. So this time I would ask for submissions from the public regarding Distillery and Brewery Lounge endorsement application number 32. And for a second time, submissions from the public for this application number 32. And for a third time, submissions from the public for Distillery and Brewery Lounge endorsement application number 32. Seeing none, and I'll turn it over to council if they have any questions of staff or comments. Councillor Long.
Well, thanks, Your Worship. I'm certainly going to be supportive of it, but I have a question for staff and in fact for council, that under the our current zoning bylaws, this is required to be located in a industrial manufacturing zone, I guess you could say. And I'm wondering if that will always be the case, because here's, it seems to me it's in a hidden remote location, which is what's required apparently under our zoning bylaws. But I wonder if these things shouldn't be more out in the public where it's better accessible, maybe parking is better, a bit more commercial. So I'm digressing a little bit from this particular application, but I wanted to make that comment. I'm not sure what we need to do somewhere in the future, if there's some rationale that it should be remaining in industrial zones like this, but to me, I think the way things are going with craft breweries and so forth, that they ought to get out of the industrial centers and get onto the main streets. Could I get a comment from staff?
Mr. Seffi, do you have any comments on that, on the type of zonings that are required?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Long is correct in that the current zoning bylaw provides for manufacturing in industrial zones, and staff is not currently contemplating making any amendments unless otherwise directed by council in terms of providing for that kind of a use within commercial areas. The recent applications that have come to council have been approved for rezoning to proceed, or have met the industrial zoning designation.
Well, Your Worship, I'm happy to support this, and I will, but I think that we should probably discuss it at a council priorities meeting sometime and see where we go with it. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Davis?
Sorry, we didn't know the process.
Oh.
We do have some questions.
No. No, I asked for the public. I asked for submissions from the public 3 times, and that was your opportunity to speak.
Well, that was the submission part.
Yeah, that's what that is, and I closed it.
We're not
Okay. Yeah, that's why I asked 3 times to make sure everybody's aware. So, Madam Clerk, in a situation like this, I've closed it, and we've started. But what's the?
Your Worship, it's your decision in this case if the chair wants to entertain further submissions or if they want to leave the matter closed.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll just excuse me, Councillor Long. I'll ask council then if there's unanimous consent. Certainly, we'll be welcome to listen to these submissions if council has no problem with it. Sure, Councillor Long.
Well, I mean, if it's a submission, it's up to you to call the chair. But I thought I heard questions.
Questions,
we don't actually have
no,
the
it's
ability to
submissions.
answer questions.
Yeah, we don't answer the questions. You provide a submission to us on your concerns, and then we'll discuss it and talk to staff. So, but you're certainly welcome to come up.
That is what we mean then by
Okay.
our concerns.
Sure, that's fine then.
We're
So
not really familiar with the language.
that's fine. So, Councillor Fox, you had an issue with?
Well, it's basically the same. If they
Yeah.
got questions, we can't.
Yeah, we can't answer, but if they want to provide a submission. So I think council says that's fine. If you want to come down, we'll allow you to come down and speak. And I know it's not always clear to everybody how the whole process works, and we want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity. So, but in this, you have 5 minutes to speak and provide your submission to council, okay? And you'll need your name and neighborhood where you live.
My name is Brenda Mickleby, and
Oh, sorry, I'll just turn the mic on. Okay, if you can start again, please. Thanks.
My name is Brenda Mickleby, and I live at 20253 2nd Avenue. I own 3 of the units in the development that we're speaking of, and I have some concerns. Right now, parking is tight as it is, and you're talking about possibly having a lounge up to 50 people. There's also, because of the homeless in that area, we do have some issues at night, and they're asking to stay open till 1 a.m. It just doesn't seem feasible to me that that's the right area for that to be a lounge to be put in. The distillery part of it, I totally understand, and yeah, it's manufacturing. And we were made aware of that some time ago, but we were not made aware that it would be a lounge. So those are my concerns. Okay.
My name is Kim Luang. My address is 20111 42A Avenue in Langley. We also have some commercial property, 20486 64 Avenue and 6350 204 Street. And that was also a concern, the lounge and 50 people capacity. And if there's, distilled alcohol that's going to be available till 1 a.m, then is there any security that's provided? Is it actually zoned for a lounge, or is it zoned for industrial for distillery? So that was the question.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Councillor Fox.
Should we not then allow the proponent to
Yes,
respond?
yes. You're correct.
Okay.
So now that we've heard from submissions, and I will ask if there's anybody else who needs to provide a submission, because we opened it up again. I'll ask that 3 times. Are there any further submissions from the public? And for a third time, submissions from the public. So now if the proponent would like to respond to the concerns raised by the submissions, they're welcome to come forward. Thank you, Councillor Fox, for that.
Thank you very much. To respond, the area
have your name.
Sorry, my name is Mason Keeley, 2841 Pacific Place, Abbotsford, BC. To mark what Councillor Bob Long said, craft distilleries are essentially
You're presenting to council now.
Sorry,
okay.
Craft distilleries are essentially forced into industrial areas, which makes it difficult for frontage. So we didn't have a lot of options for the places that we were looking into. However, for the parking, the majority of the places that are in there close down relatively early during normal hours. For our distillery lounge, we're more than likely going to be regular operating hours between probably noon to 10. Very rarely would we stay open that late until past 10 o'clock. At that time, parking is very open in the area. There's very few people that are working their day jobs that are taking the parking there. So I don't think there'll be a conflict with parking. We're not overly worried about that. Storage of distilled spirits. We will be following all of the procedures with Victoria. We've got approval in principle by Victoria for how we're going to process things, and we're also going to be fully certified by the BC Fire Commissioner as far as our storage. Sorry, was there another question as well?
Parking, the 50 people, homeless issues, security is what I wrote down. I don't know if any other.
The occupancy for 50 people, it's actually the same occupancy as our neighbor Trading Post that's across the street there. Very rarely for the craft lounges do you see that many people in there. A lot of the time it's people that are coming in and getting stuff and leaving. The occupancy, yes, that's the maximum that we have, but we're not going to be having big giant parties in there all the time, right? So I don't think that the occupancy maximum is going to be reached, and even if it is, most of the time the maximum is probably going to be later in the evening, maybe 8 or 9 o'clock, where once again the parking is going to be relatively vacant. In the time that we've been there, we have noticed the occasional homeless person in the area. However, our building is fully secured. It's going to have an alarm system. Well, it does have an alarm system right now. All the doors lock, and our servers, are trained. They have serving it right, and people aren't going to have access to go from the lounge into the actual manufacturing area unless they're on guided tours. And we're not going to be doing those late at night. That's going to be the non-operational times of the day.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for Council? Fox, did you have a question for the proponent, Councillor Fox?
Thank you. With respect to the homeless people, I mean, they're fairly transient, and I think the majority of them are a little west of where you are, for the most part. That doesn't mean that they aren't in that area. I'm looking at this diagram up here, and your western fence line there. Is that fully secured? Because that lot is vacant right west of you. Is that fully secured so that there's no pass-through access from the vacant lot to your facility or that whole industrial complex?
On the picture where it shows the lot there, it's just a bare gravel patch right now. The green space past it is actually quite swampy. So if people wanted to, they could probably get pretty wet feet and make it through the tall grass through the full lot to get to us there. But even that being said, the side of the building is all concrete stand-up, and there's no outside access to that side of the building. It's all solid concrete. So
and there's no fence that goes along that whole west side?
There's no fence at all.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Whitmarsh?
Thanks for coming. The drawing that we're looking at here, the front entrance of your business, will that be facing north or south? I can't really tell here.
That'll be facing north.
North. So the patrons that come to your facility will be using the parking spots that are directly in front of your building, plus you're suggesting other ones that are around the other buildings, most of the time when those are closed or not operating. That's what you're suggesting?
Correct. If they go over the approximately 20 spots that we have there, yes.
So you have 20 spots right now that are directly in front of your building?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Davis?
Thank you. I think my question was answered. But so people will be coming in 204th and leaving 204th. They won't be coming in through Gandy's? No. The picture where the blue line is, that's the front of your store.
Correct.
Okay, so they won't be coming in off 62nd. They'll be coming in off 204th.
They do have access to come in through either, like through either 204th or or
right
64th.
there. Okay.
Yeah, there is two entrances. It's kind of their choice how they navigate the parking lot.
Okay, but I guess where I was going with that is it's the blue line off the red, the north side.
That's correct. And our main entrance is the northeastern corner of the building.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So now we'll go back to discussions or questions from council in debate. Councillor Long, I had you speak once, so I've cleared the queue, so I'm going to try and keep track here. Councillor Qualley, you're good? Okay, Councillor Qualley.
Thank you. I have a question through you, Your Worship, to staff. The exit, the driveway, so just in the drive that runs in front of the proponent's building onto 204th Street. Thank you, right there. I wonder if there's a need to do a right turn only onto that road, because the way the curb comes down, it's pretty challenging to sometimes make a left turn there with the curve in the road and the volume of traffic moving there. So I wonder if it's necessary or a consideration to do right turn only coming out of there, or if the staff had considered that.
Mr. Steffi.
Your Worship, thank you for the question. It has not been considered. Staff can certainly take a look at it, but Council should note that this is at this point a endorsement or not to the Liquor Control Licensing Branch. So if it is needed, in fact, it would be something that we would have to undertake independently as a municipal initiative.
Thank you. I just was curious because of the comments in the RCMP letter about access. So I understand that this is an endorsement, but based on the information received by the RCMP, I thought I would question it. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question on E1. And it carries unanimously. We move on to E2. It's development permit application number 100925, Foundation Properties, North Point Limited at 19933 88th Avenue. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Long, second by Councillor Sparrow. And at this point, I would ask for submissions from the public regarding DP number 100925. And for a second time, submissions from the public regarding development permit 100925. And for a third time, submissions from the public regarding development permit 100925. Seeing none, then I'll close that part of it off and open it up to council. Councillor Fox.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And I know this has taken a bit of time to get here, but I think this is a really important piece of a puzzle on a very significant gateway into our township. And I look forward to this rather, and I use the word iconic building, reflecting the values that we put in having organizations such as this in their headquarters in our community at this 200th and number 1 freeway juncture. So I'm really looking forward to this project moving forward. I like the style of the building. I think it's a really great stylish looking building. Having just spent a month in Europe doing nothing but heritage buildings, this is probably the farthest thing from heritage at this point in time in terms of a reference perspective, but I think from a 21st century perspective, I think this is very iconic, and I really think that this will serve as an excellent gateway. Hopefully others will follow suit and look to doing business in the Township of Langley as well.
Thank you. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I just had a follow-up question through you to staff with regards to potential queuing. I know that intersection sort of backs up now because it's already at capacity, it seems, but I'm just wondering with the additional cars that will be coming to work at this property, are we anticipating a worse queuing problem, or have measures been put in place that will help alleviate that?
Mr. Steffi, if you just want to comment on that. I know we're just looking for him citing in character on this, but you could certainly comment for Councillor Richter on the traffic impact that this facility will have.
Thank you, Your Worship. The impact has been fully analysed by staff, and in fact, as part of the requirement, referred to the Ministry of Transportation and Highways, Transportation and Infrastructure, who are required to comment because of the requirements for the number of trips being generated by all the parcels within the interchange, 200 Street and Highway 1, not to exceed a certain number. The referral was made, and the Ministry is satisfied. And just to, I guess, reference, there are ultimately going to be two access points. One, as you can see there, close to the western portion of this particular proposal of 88th Avenue, and then subsequently at a future date, a common or a shared access further west that will be shared with the adjacent lot to the west.
Thank you.
Councillor Arneson?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And I think again to you to staff. So I'm wondering, I know this is I would like to echo Councillor Fox's comments. It's a beautiful, iconic building. I think it's quite stunning, and it'll be wonderful there. My question had to do with the degree to which the proponent, because it is, I understand, going to be a green building to some degree, whether or not there is some consideration for electric vehicle charging stations there.
Mr. Safi, again, it's not part of the forum citing character, but certainly can comment on that if you have that information.
Certainly, Your Worship, we can work with the proponents and find opportunities to implement some electric vehicle charging stations in the building at building permit stage.
Yes, thank you. That would be helpful. I know that technically speaking, it might seem a little tangential, but I think that the character of the building overall really is one that's very forward-thinking, and that we really need to consider the whole context of the building and the people that will be using it. And that's why I wanted to bring forward the electrical charging stations, because I think they would be a huge asset, not only to the people who go there, you know, to work, but just people that happen to be customers of those different operations there. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, this is a great project, and I'm really pleased that it's here. I think the job creation and types of jobs that'll be there are just fantastic for our community to have a head office like this and to have such a beautiful looking building. So I'm very supportive of it. My only question was to staff. I'm just wondering, in the drawings, we see this sort of property, and then just south of 88th, there's a little triangle piece, and I'm just not sure what that little triangle piece means, or is it a future development, or is it just nothing? It's just been divided by 88th Avenue. I'm not sure what that piece is for.
Your Worship, that is actually part of the parcel. It's actually what is known as a hooked lot. So the same parcel, the same legal parcel is bisected by 88th Avenue, and there are not any buildings proposed for that triangular piece.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Well, I had exactly the question, but I did want to comment how cool the building looks, and there was some mention of employment, and I'm sure we're going to have lots of Langley folks working there, so it's a terrific addition to our community. So thank you for bringing it forward. I'm going to support it, of course.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? I don't think anybody would be throwing any rocks in that building. Let's call the question. E2. Carries unanimously. Now we move on to bylaws for first and second reading. We have F1, Land Use Contract Discharge, application number 100516. This is Schinkel and Seacon, bylaw 5366. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Whitmarsh, seconder. Councillor Sparrow, discussion on this one. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned with this. If we look at the chart that's on page 6, it shows that under the land use contract, we're looking at lots from 74 477 to 8533, and this now coming down to 5,000 square foot lots. In addition, the height of the building under the land use contract was to be only 25 feet. Now it's going up to 29.5 feet. And the maximum lot coverage currently is 30%, and this will be maybe increasing to 35%. So I'm a little concerned that by eliminating this land use contract, we're going to create development in the area that doesn't fit in the area. So for that reason, I'm not in favor of first and second.
Okay, thank you. Just a follow-up question for staff then on that. Is these land use contracts, I understand, are all basically obsolete 2024. They all have to go. So eventually the underlying zoning or something has to come in its place. Is that correct, Mr.
That's
Secretary?
correct, Your Worship.
Okay, so at some point it has to be changed. Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to staff, I guess my question is similar in the sense that if we're going to have lots that are 5,000 square feet, but it is supposed to be something that's low density, the whole report did allude to the fact that in the future there could be land assemblage, and those properties then could have larger homes on smaller lots. So I did wonder, is that the closest approximation of zoning that they want to what the current land use allows? Is there anything else that we could give them that would require a larger lot?
Mr. Sefi?
Well, Your Worship, as you referenced earlier, the typical process is for the underlying zone to prevail when a land use contract is discharged. If Council wishes to amend that, obviously that is something that is within Council's purview, and they can entertain a process to move forward on that basis. But as I said, the typical process is for the underlying zone to prevail. And the reference in the staff report is simply stating the fact that the current land use contract does not have any minimum lot size provisions within it. But on the underlying zoning, R1B does, which is the 5,000 square feet. And all staff is saying is that at some point it is possible, it is not anticipated at this stage, but in the future it is possible for some lots to go through the process of consolidation and demolition of the homes, and then in theory subdivide into 5,000 square foot lots.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, with that I'll call a question on F1. Councillor Davis? Councillor Davis?
Oh, I did not do it.
There you go. Carries with Councillor Arneson, Councillor Richter opposed. And move on to bylaws for first, second, and third reading. G1 is the General Local Government Election Bylaw Amendment and information pertaining to the 2018 Local Government Election Bylaw number 5371. Could I have a motion? Councillor Davis, seconder. Councillor Sparrow. Any discussion? Councillor Fox.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And just a question through you, to, if I could, to staff. If we wanted to change the ballot context from alphabetical to random, is now the time to do it, or is it too late, or at a later meeting, or what?
Now would be the appropriate time if you want to change the method in which the order selection is chosen. I think you're suggesting rather than being alphabetical, you are proposing an amendment possibly to change it to be random draw.
Correct. I would make that amendment that we change the ballot selection to random draw.
Is there a seconder?
I'll second that.
Councillor Qualley seconds. Councillor Arneson.
I know my name starts with A, so don't hold it against me. It's not aardvark, so somebody could actually be ahead of me. You know, I wasn't on council before this whole conversation was undertaken in 2014, but I distinctly recall the conversation was that there are two primary reasons why it's not a good idea. The one is that it slows the whole process down quite a bit because people are now having to take the time. I think as our population increases, it is less efficient for us to have to search through potentially 30 or more names for individuals who are not alphabetized. And the margin in which anybody is advantaged by having their name at the first or the last or dead in the middle or whatever it is very marginal. So I think if you take those two different positions and try and balance them, what's in the public interest, I think the public interest is preserved. We went in that route before. There was a lot of negative feedback about it. I think the thing to do is just to keep the status quo because I think it works best.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question on the amendment. G2. And it carries with Councillor Arneson and Councillor Davis opposed. So back to the motion as amended. Any discussion on the motion as amended? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Sorry, that was G1. Did I label it G2? I labeled it wrong, didn't I? Sorry. Can you fix that, or is it just it's all done? You're awesome. Okay. And that carries unanimously. And before we go on, I see the order on the voting is still the way it was when I wasn't here in the afternoon, so I guess you'll figure it out later. It's not alphabetical. Fro should be on top. So I don't know if that can be fixed now, or you just carry on. Okay. It's done? Okay, good. Thanks. I just noticed it. All right, so now we'll move on to G2, Bylaw Notice Enforcement Bylaw Amendment, Drinking Water Conservation, and Bylaw number 5372. Councillor Long moves it. Seconder, Councillor Fox. Discussion on G2. Councillor Fox.
Yeah, just a question. This obviously has, being a Metro Utilities, is gains notoriety every year when we start to implement these water restrictions and so on and so forth. Right now, everything's okay. Reservoirs are full, and things are great. But the education associated with this policy and with this program is paramount. When we see what's happening in South Africa, which is just tragic. But anyway, my question relates to the fines. We've got on page doesn't come through. Oh, page 4, the unauthorized use of water, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4. Are we still working with a compliance notification methodology initially through you to staff, as opposed to just an immediate fine, or is there a threshold at which an immediate fine may well be implemented? For example, and I'll just maybe if I could, in stage 1, the restrictions are relatively limited, but by the time you get to stage 3 and stage 4, we're into fairly critical scenarios. And I can see where it says stage 3 and stage 4, there's absolutely no leeway. You violate it, you get a fine. But at stage 1 and stage 2, it may be a warning and then a fine. Or how do we see that coming forward? Maybe through you to Mr. Sefi.
Mr. Sefi.
Thank you, Your Worship. Our bylaw enforcement processes, Your Worship, have always been based on education first and trying to achieve voluntary compliance. Even with most severe restrictions, we typically don't unless they're repeat offenders, we don't typically start off with a ticket, but rather with a warning, and then if the offense continues, then continue with escalation of the enforcement regime.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to know. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Arneson.
Yes, I'm just wanting to ensure that, I guess this is the maximum allowable. Do we review this on an annual basis, what our fine system is, through Your Worship to staff?
Mr. Backen?
That's correct, Your Worship. The review is really comparing to what the maximum allowed in the legislation is, and that hasn't changed for the past few years, so that is the process we undertake.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Long?
Thanks, Your Worship. I mean, I think this is important considering the situation we find ourselves in each summer. But there's always the carrot and the stick, and I guess this is the stick, but I think we should also be promoting the carrot, which is getting more folks to use assistance. We have some emails this week about upland development perhaps causing some issues downstream for residents and so forth. So if that assistance program is still available in the township, I think we should be promoting it as best we can. And I saw a picture of somewhere that they had 2 or 3 cisterns stacked together that were connected with hoses, so you can collect well, that's 3 times 45. That's a number of gallons of water that you can be collecting off the roof, which is going to help with drainage issues, and also you can use it to water your garden. So
good.
We should be promoting that for sure.
Okay, thank you. I think staff took that note. And I've been listening to the ads that Metro Vancouver's been putting out on water conservation, and these restrictions are coming in, and they're actually very informative and help people understand. So to the directors, kudos. All right, call the question on G2, the real G2. Carries unanimously. And we move on to G3. And this is Langley Sewer Works Regulation Bylaw number 5367 and 5373. A motion, please.
So moved.
Councillor Davis, second. Councillor Qualley. Discussion on G3. Councillor Arneson.
Oh, yes, thank you, Worship. Through you to probably Mr. Zweig, I assume he's here in the audience today. So in reading the staff report, it seems these regulations refer to something that was called upstream filters to prevent blockages, but it doesn't talk about that happening for single-family residences. So I'm wondering if that's not necessary or if that's considered to be kind of a non-issue currently in the township. I'm thinking about wipes, etc.
I'll start with Mr. Steffi, and he can
thank
defer
you.
to Mr. Swag if he wishes.
Yeah.
And I saw Mrs. Wag looking at Mr. Babcock for the answer, so maybe I can ask Mr. Babcock to provide council with the information. Do you want to go to the...
Okay, well, actually, I just put it in my notes. It's just talking about upstream of filters. So there's a number of situations in which we have those, but not currently for single-family residences. So I wondered if that was something that was not necessary at this time. I'm just thinking about the whole Metro campaign for wipes with respect to blockages in our system.
Your Worship, that doesn't sound like something that is being addressed as part of this bylaw. This is really a modernization of a historic bylaw that has not been updated for quite some time. Okay. And it reflects the current legislation, but not the current education that Councillor Arneson is referring to in terms of what is not appropriate for discharge into the sewer system. It does incorporate other prohibitions, but based on the current legislation and Metro Vancouver regional requirements, but not the undesirable pieces that sometimes are thrown in our sewer system.
Okay. Well, I guess my secondary question then is redundant or moot. I was worried about fatbergs because I'm not sure that under the circumstances that we have a problem with that either. So anyways, I understand what you're saying. Thank you, Mr. Safi, that these are just sort of housekeeping updated regulations as to what we already have and not necessarily adding another layer to what we're currently doing. So thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, questions? Seeing none, call the question on G3. That carries unanimously. Move on to G4. It's the Drainage Development Works Agreement Bylaw, Qualico Developments, Bylaw 5370. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Sparrow, second by Councillor Qualley. Discussion, Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I understand. The clerk's note here says that we're using this to repeal and replace a prior version of the bylaw adopted in 2017 to reflect the accurate overall gross acreage. So on page 2, it says the actual cost of the work is $9.5 million, and the estimated capital cost is $8.6 million. So are we doing this because there's been a change in the cost of the works? Is that what the purpose of this is for?
Change in the acreage or cost? Mr. Seffi?
And not in the cost of the works, Your Worship. It's the total area, the effective gross area that was in the previous bylaw has been corrected.
Okay, so basically the costs are what they were back in 2017. There's been no changes to those then?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Davis?
I just clarify, you said it was corrected, but they're putting more acreage in?
No, it's the same effective area. It was just the incorrect number that was put in the bylaw. That did not reflect the total gross area.
Okay, so it's got nothing to do with we're not changing the amounts. We're just okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Call the question on G4. That carries unanimously. Things are moving smooth. Now we're going to go to Williams. Bylaws for consideration at third reading. H1 is Williams Neighborhood Plan, Bylaw 5334 and 5335. Could I have a motion, please? Councillor Davis, second by Councillor Whitmarsh. I know we're going to be getting a brief presentation from staff regarding this. And first of all, I want to thank staff for the work that they've done in working with the community. This plan is the 10th of 10 in the Willoughby Community Plan, and it's great to see us finally getting that done after 20 years. So I'll leave it up to staff. Sorry? And your clarification is? Sorry. Oh. Councillor Richter.
Why are we getting a presentation on this?
Because staff have...
is it preempting council's discussion?
No, it's not.
Is that why this is being done?
No, it's not. It's a presentation by staff to provide some information to council. So I've asked staff to, at this point, to provide the presentation. Thank you.
Your Worship, perhaps I can provide some introductory comments for Mr. Chu and Mr. Nelson to provide a presentation themselves. The presentation actually is an intent to summarize the input received at the public hearing, and it is really in anticipation of Council granting third reading to the plan this evening, subject obviously to Council's deliberations, but based on a number of, I guess, factors, including what was received at the public hearing. Staff have an opportunity to actually analyze the input and have some recommendations for Council to consider. And secondly, in terms of the tight timelines that we're working with, because of the fact that the plan includes a amendment to the regional growth strategy in terms of a swap from industrial to residential and equivalent swap from residential to industrial, it requires a Metro Vancouver Board approval. Procedurally, what that means is that there needs to be a report presented to the Land Use and Planning Committee of the Metro Vancouver Board, and then subsequently, depending on their recommendation, the board will have to deliberate and vote on that, and then the municipalities will have to be given a 60-day notification period, which means, Your Worship, that if we do not receive Council's third reading this evening, the plan will not be able to be considered by Council in the current term, and it's just information that we wish to share with Council procedurally.
Councillor Richter has a point of order?
Yeah, now I have a point of order. Did I just hear correctly from Mr. Safey that there are recommendations that are coming to Council tonight that we did not have the chance to get in our package to review?
No, what he said was there...
are staff making recommendations to us
tonight? They're going to provide, and we can do anything we want with that. We can either defer, we can accept, we can do whatever we want, but this is a presentation by staff on what they're from the public hearing. So
okay, but are there recommendations coming to Council?
I think that's what Mr. Seffi said.
Okay,
yes.
Well, that's inappropriate.
Okay, well,
we didn't have
fine.
it to consider
so
when we got our package.
Okay, if you want me to rule on that, then I'm ruling it is appropriate. We can hear from staff, and then we can
I challenge your decision.
Okay.
I think it's highly
thank
inappropriate.
You. So at this point, I'll call for a vote, challenge to the chair. And what do I number the vote? Do I do H1?
H1 at this point.
H1. Okay, so there's no discussion on challenge to the chair. Is that correct? Yeah. So it's a challenge to the chair. So Councillor Richter has, I've ruled on her point of order, which is that we'll accept the presentation from staff and whatever recommendations they can present to us. I've ruled that that is acceptable. Councillor Richter has challenged it, so now the vote is up to Council. There's no discussion. So if you're basically support the mayor, you vote against the challenge. If you support Councillor Richter's challenge, you vote in favor of it.
We did just get new information.
Well, no, that's why we're voting on it now.
I thought the challenge is, will the chair be sustained? So they should be voting in favor if they agree with your judgment, voting opposed if we disagree with your judgment. Isn't that the way it usually works?
Yeah, I think that's the way it works. Yeah, you're right. I get it. Yeah, yeah. If you're with the mayor, you're in favor. If you're with Councillor Richter, you're opposed. Okay, we got that clear? H1. and I can't vote. So mine will show up as a positive, but it's not counted because it automatically will. Okay, and so the chair is sustained. Councillor Richter, Councillor Arneson, Councillor Davis are opposed. So the chair is sustained. So thank you. And so we'll carry on.
Can I ask questions?
Sure.
This is about what we just voted on.
Yeah. We just voted on the presentation. If we can hear a presentation and
okay,
hear the...
so I can't. Councillor Long just said I could ask a question now about it. This sustaining the chair, because we heard some information. Again, we're not allowed to talk about it before we vote. I know that's, and now I had to make a
Yes.
frustrating vote, which isn't good.
But that's okay. We're moving forward, so that's
okay. So now I can't talk about it because it's already done.
We're now going to hear the presentation. We've already had.
Well, there's no sense me asking any questions right now.
Yeah.
I'll wait till after. I'm
sorry.
sorry.
There's an opportunity for questions of staff once the presentation is done, and I do have a list of speakers, and I'll save that for when we get to the bylaw. But certainly when staff present and you want to ask questions, that won't be part of the two times we get to speak on the bylaw.
Now, Your Worship, just to pick up from that point then, as you may recall with previous neighbourhood plans, there's been an attempt by staff to summarize the information received from the public and provide council with some options in terms of if they're prepared to accept those comments from the public. So this is really a compilation as opposed to a recommendation, trying to make the job of council easier if they agree with the comments that were received. In this regard, this is all commentary previously received by council, but it's been organized in an attempt to make it easier for council to dispose of it, which means there may be 5, 6, or 7 themes we picked up upon that are intended to help council. Council is free to accept, to reject, or to recategorize if they so see fit, but this is our best attempt to organize the process going forward.
Thank you. Okay, I'll take a point. We'd like to hear the presentation.
Yes,
and
but you just said our question period will count as our two.
No, I said it wouldn't.
It won't.
No,
okay,
I said no. I said I have kept the list here.
I wanted to clarify.
So that
thank
yeah,
you.
that
No,
I don't want to impede council from debate or questions after, but the presentation is for our information.
Okay, thank you.
Perhaps I shouldn't have had the motion first, but we are where we are. So, do you have something, Councillor?
Well, I think I have a point of order, and I think it's a good one. That we have to. Council needs to realize that we have already moved third reading, and we're debating it. So it's a little different now. Third meeting is on the table. So all the information that we can share and that we can hear, and our staff are part of the organization, I think is quite legitimate. So
thank you.
I don't have an issue with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go.
Your Worship, there was one more hand up.
Oh, sorry, I missed it. Oh, Councillor Sparrow.
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on Mr. Backen's points. We've had this happen before in many occasions where we have a public hearing, we have staff come at the end, present, sort of encapsulate all of the concerns that were in the public hearing and provide us options to address those concerns. Like this is, I'm not imagining things. We have had this happen before where staff has done this, right?
That's correct. In public hearings that we deem to be somewhat contentious, I shouldn't say that too strongly, we try to simplify the process because there's a lot of information coming from various sources. Our role is to make sure that information is consistent in terms of that you've received it previously and attempts to organize it, not to introduce or to make further recommendations. Staff can comment on the themes they see, and council can accept or reject those comments as they see fit.
Exactly, yeah. I guess that's where I was confused because of the comments that this is highly irregular, this hasn't happened before. I mean, I've only been on council for 6 or 7 years now, and I've experienced this exact scenario before. So I'm comfortable with this, and I'm looking forward to staff encapsulating everything that we've heard and providing the presentation. So thanks.
Thank you. Okay, got everybody's comments? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Nelson.
So on April 23rd, 2018, Council held a public hearing for the proposed Williams neighborhood plan. Staff estimates that roughly 100 plus persons were in attendance. Members of the public provided 38 written submissions and 42 oral submissions, including 9 people who spoke twice, for a total of 80 submissions. Of those who stipulated, 51 people provided outright support, 15 people expressed general support but with concerns or comments regarding specific elements of the plan, and 3 people opposed the plan outright. So some of the comments included concerns for increased traffic and noise and pollution. Another suggested the plan needed to include more recreation amenities and services. Some sought less park and open space. Others didn't want amenities located on or near their property or felt that the costs associated with the amenity policy were too high. Still, others suggested that the plan should include supportive language for electric vehicle charging stations and more density for specific properties to offset road dedication requirements. And then still others expressed downstream flooding impact concerns related to the Salmon River watershed and the Fort Langley lowland area. The theme that received overwhelmingly the most comments at the public hearing focused on the employment district, specifically the areas that would accommodate retail and service commercial uses, and even more specifically around grocery. Some perspectives indicated a desire for less commercial, while others indicated a need for complementary, not competitive commercial uses relative to the Willoughby Town Centre. And other perspectives range from having or not having a grocery store to a smaller size grocery store than what's provided in the plan. So township policy, including the official community plan that identifies the Willoughby Town Centre as a key centre in the municipality, the Willoughby Community Plan itself that reiterates this policy directive, and the Yorkson Neighbourhood Plan all speak to a commitment to the Willoughby Town Centre's viability and success. This important centre serves as the downtown of the Willoughby community. The Willoughby Town Centre is right in the middle of the Yorkson neighbourhood within one of the densest areas of Willoughby along the 208th Street corridor. At full build out, this neighbourhood will accommodate approximately 28,000 plus population. Currently in the Yorkson neighbourhood, it's nearly 50% built out at this point in terms of population and has approximately another 16,000 yet to be accommodated. Future populations in surrounding neighborhoods such as Latimer, Jericho, Northeast and Central Gordon Estates, and Smith neighborhoods that are adjacent to Yorkson and all of which are in their early stages of development. As they build out, it will increase demand again for commercial services in the area, including grocery. You've seen this in a number of different occasions, both in the council report, we referenced it, but also in council memorandums of April 9th and April 16th. Staff have considered the demand for grocery, for example, from a Willoughby-wide perspective, as well as constituents such as employees in the employment district, neighboring university district, Trinity Western University, and the traveling public. The analysis concluded grocery for the Willoughby area is underserved, and even with proposed additional grocery in the Williams area, the community as a whole is still underserved. Also, the same analysis was applied to the Walnut Grove community just to provide a bit more municipal context, and again, combined with that, it's even more underserved in the area. So this slide provides an itemized list and estimated floor space of the existing and planned, based on policy, grocery in the Willoughby, Willowbrook, and Walnut Grove areas. Those that have an asterisk in front of the name on the left column indicate those that are still in a planned state. So, however, market considerations are not the only perspective that formulated the recommendations of the proposed plan. Some of those also included analysis from a spatial perspective and also input and feedback we received through our public consultation process. Accommodating local serving commercial, including grocery, contribute to complete and walkable neighborhoods, including Williams context that in addition to residents, The neighborhood includes employment areas that require commercial services as well. So just represented on this map, the red and blue dotted circles represent a 10 to 15 minute walking radius or radii from existing or planned grocery. And I think that this map illustrates a relatively even geographic distribution or good coverage within the Willoughby community that avoids what we often refer to as food deserts in neighborhoods. And then lastly, through our public engagement process, the provision of gateway features, support of gateway land uses, the provision of neighborhood services and amenities, including local serving retail commercial, were dominant themes that were revealed early in our planning process. Hearing back from and getting feedback from those that came out, it was something that came up early and remained as an important consideration in the plan. So in light of the feedback and sort of the summary information provided here to kind of understand the context that led to the proposal that's in the existing plan, in this basically kind of multi-pronged context, we feel staff recommend that the land use designation policies remain as proposed, with the exception of a couple of following statements noted here on the slide. It is recommended that following clarifying language be added into the policy to the proposed Williams plan to specify the development parameters, just making it very clear what those parameters are related to those three designations that are highlighted in the color: neighborhood convenience commercial, mixed-use commercial, and gateway designations. These recommendations are intended to strengthen the language of the plan, to provide clarification with regard to the total or cap of the floor area for the commercial areas and the gateway hospitality and office area, with the intent there just to make it really clear what it is that's recommended for the area and the extent of what that looks like. Couple other things we heard feedback at the public hearing was regarding some properties, I'll say roughly close to the 212th corridor. I'll talk about the one in blue first. So the property outlined in blue are properties as well as the properties to the south. Some of the early thinking in the development of the plan process entertained continuation of the townhouse designation along the south portion of the 212th Street corridor there. But as the process advanced and balancing all the goals being sought for the plan, it became evident that higher density development along this particular portion of 212th, is at the crest or the top of the slope of the Willoughby escarpment and was not the right form of development, as it would not support maintaining and enhancing the treed character of the escarpment, and in this area of Williams is outside those 10 and 15 minute walking radiuses which support walkability for the community, for the neighborhood. And then let's look a little bit at the red oval. So turning our attention there, as well as the two properties that would be to the east. Roughly midway through the planning process, these properties were preliminarily identified as part of the single family area in their entirety. As the process drew closer to a preferred land use concept, key structural elements of the plan, specifically for transportation connectivity, were crystallizing, and it became clear that the northern portion of these properties in question, given the somewhat challenging configurations, the topography for single-family development, as well as opportunities to provide increased eyes on the park, future neighborhood park and school site in the north, that the townhouse form of development was a better fit than the single family. And also, just as a bit of further context, through the plan and consultation process, the apartment form of housing was explored and considered in the Williams neighborhood. Based on our own technical and policy analysis and our community feedback, it was determined that townhomes, row homes, single family, and other similar scales of development were the appropriate forms of housing for Williams. So that said, Should council wish to direct staff to increase the density in the area for the property that's outlined in red and possibly the two to the east of them, an apartment density may be able to be achieved around, we're looking at around 40 units per acre, but would likely not be well received by other area residents due to it not being sort of fitting within the outcomes of the plan process, basically within the scope of what we're looking in terms of forms of housing. And there would be concerns of potential loss of views, but unless we could limit the height of the apartment to, let's say, 3 stories, require underground parking, and subject to the consolidation of those 3 lots to make the best use of that portion. Sort of the third theme we wanted to pick up on was around downstream floodplain impacts. So we're going to pull back just a little bit, understand how we kind of came to the conclusions that the plan has arrived at. So when we began looking at drainage and rainwater management in the area, we began by looking at sort of what design criteria we looking to try to achieve in the area. So as part of our drainage study for the Williams area, as articulated in our engineering servicing plan, the analysis included predictions on pre-development and future flow rates based on our land use plan, the 2-year, 5, and 100-year flow rates related to storm durations as outlined in our subdivision development servicing bylaw. In addition, climate change considerations based on provincial climate change scenarios that account for longer storm durations and more intense and frequent storm events were also included in our analysis. This analysis informs the sizing of engineering facilities and our choices regarding rainwater management tools applied to the Williams area. So the design criteria looked at a number of these things highlighted here on the slide in terms of sizing of detention ponds and pipe sizes, looking at the criteria controlling post-development flows to pre-development rates. In other words, what's there now will be the same as what's done once the plan is unfolding and its finished state. We looked at design criteria around requirements for on-site retention, infiltration, and source control measures to capture, retain, and treat rainwater in response to rain events, and looking at maintaining peak flows for surface water courses in our compensation and conservation areas to provide fish and wildlife habitat. So just as an aside related to that last point, the Williams area will ultimately include approximately 2 kilometers of stream channel, resulting in approximately 19 acres of riparian areas along the, and an additional 17 acres of urban forest areas and a variety of other contexts that will contribute to the management and conveyance of rainwater in the Williams area. So this map here, just to provide us a little bit of a context here, illustrates the Salmon River watershed. It's in the yellow and red dashed line. It traverses 2 municipalities, both Abbotsford and the Township. It's approximately 7,600 hectares, so 7,635 in size. The Williams neighborhood is approximately 110 hectares in size, which accounts for a little less than 1.4% of the total Salmon River watershed area. So the proposed rainwater management in the area, our drainage system, focuses on both on-site and public areas. The neighborhood will have 2 detention ponds, one in the north and south, and will be particularly focusing on on-site source control measures to manage post-development flows, runoff volumes, and maintaining base flows in efforts to protect properties and sensitive receiving water courses. And these measures are over and above what our typical bylaw standard is and above what many of the other neighborhood plans apply. So in addition to those communal rainwater management facilities I mentioned of the ponds, source controls, we're looking at absorbent landscapes, infiltration swale, trench, and gallery systems, and a variety of other measures to look after water quality in the area. On February 19th of this year, Council passed a resolution that's noted there on the slide related to electrical vehicle charging stations. And then based on feedback that we heard at the public hearing, staff are recommending, as highlighted in blue at the bottom of the slide, the following policy to be added to the William Plan for your consideration. Like the amenity zoning policies of our other neighborhoods in Willoughby, the purpose of this policy is to provide fair and equitable means by contributions by all property in the area to provide neighborhood-wide, publicly accessible amenities that are predominantly focused on pedestrian spaces and design finishes that will give identity to the neighborhood and provide active spaces for residents and workers. In Williams, as with many other neighborhoods, the amenities serve these multiple purposes and support key township policies, plans, and strategies. For Williams, these include the treed character of the Willoughby escarpment, contributions to rainwater management, and the interconnectivity of the Williams to the future arbor ribbon along the urban-rural edge. The higher cost associated with the Williams amenity zoning policy relative to the other amenity policies in those neighborhood plans in Willoughby is due mostly in part to, or is mostly due to the land value. The land value included in the policy is a measured response and a reflection to the dramatically rising land prices that we've seen over the last several years. And then lastly, staff recommend that an additional policy number 3 be added to the plan in response to a request that came in as part of the submissions to the public hearing from the BC Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure. And they've asked that we add an additional policy around the requirement for a traffic impact assessment at the time of redevelopment consideration.
Okay, does that conclude your presentation?
That's it, Your Worship.
Okay, and there may be some questions from Council. Councillor Fox has a question to Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, can you go back quite a few slides? Keep going. Stop. No, one more. There. Right. Yeah, neighborhood convenience commercial.
So, Your Worship, just before Councillor Fox formulates his comments and questions, the wording you see here as referenced by Mr. Nelson is really to strengthen and clarify the existing intent and provide some parameters around the numbers. The numbers in themselves have not changed. The staff have not recommended any changes to the numbers that were in the plan previously. So this is just overall numbers being referenced here.
Okay, thank you. So under number 1, policy number 11, it talks about total floor area for a grocery use of 3,700 meters squared or 40,000 square feet. Going back a slide or two, in terms of referencing, I think you referenced the grocery store, the one in the Yorkson area, as 29,000 square feet. Is that correct? Yeah, Willoughby Independent Grocery. And the Willoughby Save On, which one's that? Is that the one that's downtown? Okay, so that's really totally out of geographic context, really in the way of comparators here. And the Willowbrook Safeway is the one over by Willowbrook Mall. Okay, I'm just trying to get this square footage. So right now, what you have in the plan is up to 40,000 square feet, maximum size of 40,000 square feet, and the existing independent grocer is 29,000 square feet. when I reread the public input, the concern was the fact that this particular grocery store in the Williams neighborhood was significantly larger than the one potentially that could go, or the one that's already in existence in the Yorkson area. So I think what I want to do, Mr. Mayor, is potentially look at a motion to amend it to a smaller size in that, if you go back.
No, that.
But I'm just expressing. Okay, so if I was to just at this point in time, not make a motion to amend or anything at this point in time, but I throw into the conversation that we will look to reduce that 40,000 square foot in brackets down to maximum of 35,000 square feet, and therefore there's a roughly 5,500 square foot comparator there between the existing one in Yorkson and this particular one in Willoughby. So I'm prepared to make that amendment, not at this point in time. I'll listen to the full discussion of council.
Right now, yeah, just questions for staff right now. Thanks. No, it's just questions for staff, and that's all. He's made a comment, but it's questions to staff. Councillor Richter, and then I'm going to go to the speakers list.
Yeah, I disagree with Councillor Sparrow's comments earlier, because usually this kind of a presentation comes about as a result of council having referred the input from a public hearing to staff for a report.
Fair enough.
And but I would like to. I would like to know questions. Where are these recommendations for council to look at? Why don't we have copies of them? We're going to amend these on the fly here tonight. We've had many discussions in the past about doing things on the fly. The fact that this material is not in front of council in printed format means we're doing stuff on the fly.
Yeah, so
no,
the question,
I have the floor,
I got the question.
Mr. Fox.
Councillor Fox, the question
you
is,
had your turn.
Okay, excuse me. The question that Councillor Richter is asking staff is there a printed copy of this, or is it the presentation that we have? So perhaps I can just ask Mr. Backen, is there a printed copy of this? Or is this the copy that we have? I think that's the question Councillor Richter's asked.
We can provide printed copies, Your Worship. Okay. Again, this is staff's interpretation of the public hearing comments, so council may agree or disagree, but we certainly can circulate.
Good, thank you. Okay, I think that answers your question.
Okay. Now, this whole business about neighborhood grocery is very problematic, because I think it's going to morph away from neighborhood grocery to off the highway maximum draw grocery. So I agree the footage has to go down smaller. I'm not convinced that 40,000 feet is small enough. I think it's 40,000 square feet is small enough. I think it needs to be even smaller than that. Second point I want to make from this presentation, setting things up for a 100-year rainfall event is not good enough, in my opinion. We should be preparing and planning for at least a 200-year rainfall event. And while it is a small portion of the total watershed, it is a direct linear flow to Fort Langley and the Fort Langley floodplain. And that's why I think we should be preparing for higher than a 100-year rainfall event.
So that's a question for staff. These are questions to the presentation. So the comments will come when we debate.
I'm questioning the presentation. Okay. I'm saying a 100-year event is not enough. It's not good enough.
Okay,
and green roofs should be mandatory. Are they mandatory in this, or are they suggested?
Mr. Seffi, are the green roofs mandatory?
No, Your Worship, they're not.
Because all that commercial business, etc., at the highway should all have green roofs. Maybe not the homes, the single-family homes, but the rest of them should have green roofs. So I'm just very disappointed that this is, like Councillor Davis was right when he said there was new information given to us tonight, and the new information that came out of the blue, as far as I'm concerned, is we have to get this done tonight so that we can get through GVRD or Metro Vancouver's approval processes. Okay, why were we never told this before? Okay, is that any valid reason to push this the way it's being pushed tonight? I don't think
Richter,
so.
In all fairness, I never heard that we had to do it. All I heard was there was some information from Mr. Seffi on the timeline. We don't have to do anything. As council, we can do, as we do with a lot of our motions, we can amend, we can defer, we can defeat, we
Okay,
can
but
approve,
as a point of
but that was
clarification
just,
then, did Mr.
information.
Seffi not say that if we
Yes.
don't give this third reading tonight, it won't get back in time for this council to approve it?
Yes, and that's
Did I
information.
not hear that?
Yes,
I
that's
thought I heard that.
Yes,
That's new
Councillor Richter, that is
information.
information. No, it's not new information. It is information, and now you know it like everybody else does. So that was
Oh,
information.
excuse me, and when did you know it?
Councillor Richter, what you asked was that we must have it done. We don't have to have it done by this end of this council. The council will carry on. The next council could give fourth reading or third reading, whatever, how long it takes. All Mr. Seffi did was advise this council. So it's just under advisement.
Okay, and the last question
So-
I've got on these ones that are up in front, why are we adding distillery to permitted uses? Like, where did that come from? I'm not sure I remember us getting a letter or comment at the public hearing about putting distilleries up there.
Mr. Seffi, can you comment on the distillery?
Yes, Your Worship, thank you. That's just I guess, a clarifying point that staff is wishing to make because of the fact that breweries are actually referenced in the document. And as you saw earlier this evening, breweries and distilleries should actually be in the same category. So we wanted to make sure that by not mentioning them, there's no misunderstanding as to their omission. In fact, they are part and parcel of the same thing. So it's really housekeeping, if you will.
Thank you. That's everything, Councillor Richter. Thank you. Okay, so we're now going to go to council comments debate. I would like to thank staff for the presentation. This is information that makes it clear. We all did see this information in various forms. It's not new to me. I've seen it in the plan. We heard it at the public hearing, and I appreciate the work that you did to put it into this format that council can now do whatever they wish with it. So at this point, I am going to go to the speakers list that we started with, and I have Councillor Long next. Councillor Long is first on the get yours on. Okay, Councillor Long.
Well, I appreciate the summary the staff gave, and I appreciate, quite frankly, the process that we're following. I think it's quite appropriate. Don't forget, this is submitted by our staff. It's not, there is no proponent behind this. This is our final neighborhood plan in the area, so it's quite an auspicious occasion. And then I appreciate the timeline too. Having sitting on the board with Councillor Fox at Metro, there's quite a few things that have to happen if this is going to get going, and it'll be up to council tonight whether that in fact happens or not. But in terms of and it was not a shame, but it was interesting how the public hearing was kind of focused all around the commercial aspect, but I do think that's important. But I just want to comment before I get to that on the benefits of the rest of the plan. I think I've seen some really good stuff there, and there were comments from members of the public that came out, some of the merits of the plan, and in terms of housing mixes and so forth. So I think it's terrific. I don't know about this area with the density. I'll leave that to somebody else from council perhaps to address, but there was that concern from Dr. Chevarella that had his property dissected by several roads, and he's got a beautiful home there. But in terms of the neighborhood convenience, and I'm glad I've got the floor first, because I'd like to propose that the size of the grocery store be the same as the one that's in the Willoughby Town Center. 29,000 is a funny number. Maybe they could have made it 30 and chose 29, but I would think 30,000 square feet would be appropriate. And I'd like to make that motion and preface it with saying that there is other opportunities for Walnut Grove to expand its grocery store. In fact, it used to have a grocery store there. So I think that 30,000 square feet is appropriate, and that's a motion.
Okay, so just before we go to that, could we go to the slide with the that had the size of the so we can do this more efficiently.
So the amendment there would be...
So we don't have this amendment on the floor. If you wish to move staff recommendation number 1 with the blue, and then what you're suggesting is to change the 40,000 to 30,000. So if you move that whole thing, the number 1, is that what you intend to do?
That's correct, Your Worship, with the change
word,
from the 40 in the parentheses to 30.
So it's not. So it's an amendment to the plan. So with that, is there a seconder? Councillor Richter seconds it, so I've got the amendment on the floor and discussion on the amendment. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, I mean, this certainly was one of the big discussion items at the public hearing, and I think lots of different data came to us, lots of different information. I think the presentation today seemed to indicate that at a grocery store at 40,000 square feet, we'd still be underserving the community. There is a significant amount of growth that's still yet to happen, up to 38,000 more people arriving into the area. This doesn't account for University District, which is going to have probably anywhere from 5,000 to 6,000 people into that area. Of course, many of them university students, and this Williams neighborhood will be their primary commercial place that they'll go to. And so, when I think of 1 to 5 years from now, 40,000 square feet seems large. When I think of 15 to 20 years from now, in which we have to, as a council, be thinking of where we're going in 20 years, what this area looks like 20 years, 25 years from now, it feels to me that we would be underserved. And so I'm at this point, I don't know what the magic number is. I probably like the 40,000 square feet. Going to 30,000 square feet, is a 25% reduction in the size. That seems quite significant. And so because of that very significant decrease in the size, I won't at this point support that amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Sparrow.
Can we go to the slide previous that has the list of the different sizes of... Thank you. I have some concerns. I live in the Walnut Grove area, and if anyone else does, they'll know that the Walnut Grove Save-On is way too small for the community. There's constant lineups, and I do think, I wasn't on council at the time, but I'm pretty sure the history is such that there was some controversy on the size of the Save-On in Walnut Grove when it was proposed, and the size of it is what it is. And I'm hesitant to start sort of picking numbers and sort of doing this with our own opinions as opposed to staff and their expertise, because I think we have a chance of picking a number that isn't going to actually serve the community. And I think there are many examples, as you look at the list here, of where people will go to different places to get different things. And so someone will need to go to the Save-On to get some food. They'll go to the independent grocer to get others, just because of the nature of what each store carries, and the larger Safeway also serving the community. So I'm cautious, as Councillor Whitmarsh is, in us just choosing to reduce the size here without looking at the overall perspective of the area and how it would be serviced. I do think that this access with 216th is going to have people coming from the Walnut Grove area to use that grocery store as well, just because of the busyness of the Save-On in the Walnut Grove area, which really serves that area. The smaller size of the different stores to attract different types of businesses, and that can also be a decision for people on which one they go to, just because of pricing and different products that they carry and don't carry. And so I'm hesitant again to sort of go that smaller route where we may have it not serving the whole community. So I guess I'll hear from council a little bit more on this, but I'm just cautious in us just sort of picking arbitrary numbers here.
Thank you. And just for council's information, the process would be we have an amendment on the floor with a number of 30,000. If any member of council wishes to amend the amendment, this would be the appropriate time to do it, and then we debate the numbers. But Mr. Backen, did you?
Your Worship, that's why I wanted to comment.
Yeah.
We have a bit of an anomaly in that there was no foundational movement. So what we're actually doing is amending the presentation, because we didn't have a motion for the actual recommendation number 1.
We did. Did we? We moved the. Number 1. So, yeah, there was a motion for the third reading.
We understood, which is why we should clarify it. There was a motion to change the 40,000 to 30,000. We didn't associate that with the motion to actually move recommendation number 1.
So it was the recommendation number 1 was moved with a number of 30,000 in it, not 40,000. That was the motion, rather than. So it was moved with 30,000. So the appropriate manner for if a member of council wishes to change that number, they make an amendment to the amendment. Is that correct, Madam Clerk? So I think we're on track then. Okay, thank you. I have a speakers list here. Yeah, so we'll go through. Councillor Fox.
Yeah, I realize that the concern with the Willoughby Independent Grocer is the threat to the business. I agree with Councillor Sparrow that the Walnut Grove Save-On Foods, and I don't shop there often, but every time I've gone, it's nothing short of, it's indescribable at 35,000 square feet, especially at 5 o'clock at night or 4:30 at night. But I think a bigger threat here, and I see it in the bottom line of the light blue, is the Willoughby Town Centre second store of 30,000 square feet. The two grocery stores, one is on 208, the other is going to be close to 216. So there's approximately a mile in between the two. If there's a second grocery store in Willoughby Town Centre, that's a greater threat, I think, to the independent grocer that's there existing now. I'm not sure when that would come online. But if I look at some of the other contextual comparisons, say the Safeway in Langley City to the Save-On in Langley City, both fairly large stores, not that Safeway, the one that's on 8th or 9th, and the one that's on 203rd, you know, they're not that far apart, and they're pretty big stores, and they're self-sustaining in that neighborhood. And the density here is going to be significantly greater than the density in Langley City is. I'm not comfortable going to 30,000 square feet. I think it may be too limiting, too small, based on comparators such as the Walnut Grove Save-On, and that's really where the 35,000 came from. My 35,000, I think that if you look at it, if you've experienced it, 35,000 square feet at 4:30, 5 o'clock at night, it's a pretty small footprint. I've never shopped at the independent grocer to know what 29,000 square feet looks like, feels like, or operates like at 4:30 at night. The one thing I do know, and maybe through you, Your Worship, to Mr. Seppi, is how many units are coming on in the next year to 2 years around the Willoughby Independent Grocer that are not in existence now. I know that there's several fairly large 6-story apartment blocks plus some other building. What are we looking at in terms of potential increase in housing in the next 2 to 3 years? Because the Williams neighborhood grocery store is how far off? 3-5 years? I mean, I don't think they're building it tomorrow because there's nobody living there. They got to do all the infrastructures, so on. So, question.
Mr. Seppi, I know in the presentation some population numbers were presented. Perhaps you could enlighten us on
the population projection, Your Worship, for Williams is around 4,000. I think Councillor Fox's question, however, was to do with the Willoughby Town Centre and the residential developments proposed for that area. I don't have the number off the top of my head, Your Worship. It's something that we'll have to do some research on and get back to Council, but it is significant in terms of the numbers. I couldn't even hazard a guess.
But they're all within the blue circle, I think, is the closer one, or the red one anyways. They're all within 10 minutes walking distance.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
I heard it was about 50% built out, I think is what Mr. Nelson had.
Yeah. I won't support 30,000 square feet. I would support 35, but I won't support 30,000. It's too small.
Amendment to the amendment.
No, I've said before it comes to a vote, I'll make that amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Yeah, well, I think we're missing the point here, and I'm glad that this chart's up because you've got asterisks, which shows a bunch of future stores that are coming in. But I hear all this discussion about Walnut Grove. There was another grocery store in Walnut Grove that closed right across the street from Save-On. This is not Walnut Grove plan that we're discussing here. It's Williams. So if you want to build a big store in Williams and have everybody from Walnut Grove drive over there and everybody from all over the area drive to this massive store, that's what you're going to be creating by making this big store happening there. It's not servicing the neighborhood. The neighborhood is only going to have 4,000 units in it in build-out. That's about 9,000 or 10,000. I don't know what the number is, maybe 13,000 people. So I don't think we want to be worried about Walnut Grove. If there's an issue in Walnut Grove, let it worry about itself. I don't, there's room for that store. I think is still vacant, isn't it? Or is it a Dollarama now? There can be another grocery store can happen in Walnut Grove when it's time. And then with all these, if I'm correct, if staff can verify that these asterisks are other stores that are going to be coming online. So 30,000 square feet means that that's an appropriate size for the neighborhood that we're discussing, which is Williams. And as the population grows, within 20 years, as Councillor Whitmarsh has said, there'll be other stores that will open. And I don't think that making this store large in Williams is appropriate in that The rationale being that you're going to service Walnut Grove. We're trying to get people out of their automobiles, and we're trying to stop congestion. So attracting people from Walnut Grove to come to this new store is not the answer. 30,000 square feet I threw on the table. I mean, I think that's an appropriate size, but I think we should be discussing the proper rationale, which is this is a store that needs to service Williams, not Walnut Grove.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I'm not sure that I necessarily want to wade into what the right sizing of this store is. I think I want to talk about the principle, and the principle that came forward was, how is it that we're going to make a good planning decision on what is the appropriate size for this neighborhood? And so there's a lot of different information going forward. And to me, it's like a microscope. Are we looking at the micro or the macro? I find a lot of the information here to be very, sadly, subjective in the sense that these are all suppositions that we see here about what the population will be, and we don't know the university district, what the status is, when that will kick in, how many people they'll have, et cetera, et cetera. So this, to me, I want to go back to what the original supposition was, and that if you are looking for a 4,500 population community, what most people were saying to me was that they wanted to have some place that they could go and get their groceries on the way home or on their day off or whatever. I agree, for me, that it is not the objective of building this very large, for some time in the future, grocery store. I don't know what the appropriate number is, but I found some salient information coming from one of the delegates that talked about the fact, well, perhaps what they should be considering is something that is completely different by way of what they're offering. And so I think that there's merit in that. But to be sitting here now and trying to recalibrate somehow, it, reminds me of, sadly, the Brookswood conversation. Do we need big box stores, or should we have smaller stores? I personally am very supportive of what we already have, and it's not been discussed yet. But I do feel that the imposition of a large commercial component in this area is not fair to the retail that's already been planned for the area. And that if you're going to do that, then at the very least, either limit the amount, the size of the grocery store, if that's what we're focusing on, or do not allow it to proceed until the other anticipated phases of the town center have been allowed to go forward and create a certain sense of stability. I thought that there was a lot of good information at the public hearing about the people who have now made a business decision and could very well find themselves very undermined by this. So I don't have the magic number either. However, I'm likely going to go for a smaller store because I think in the end, if the Willoughby Town Center can have another store, they're going to right size their own store if they haven't got the population. It's supposed to be a town center with a walkable community around it. I think that's what everybody bought into. And now what we're doing for other reasons, I think, and they're quite rational in some regards, but I don't think that they should be competing against each other. So I'm opting for something smaller, but I don't know the number yet.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you. This is a neighborhood. First of all, Mayor Frost, this slide we're looking at, is this part of the presentation that staff just gave us?
I believe it was.
Okay, so is this what we think? Is this part of new information? Or this comes from facts that came out of all the studies? Okay, because, I personally don't know how, I can tell you how many square feet a milk cow should have in a barn, but I can't tell you how many square feet a store should have. We listened, there was lots of studies. for the size of the store and lots of studies, a couple studies for the size that it should have been. One glitch here is there is the 2/16th overpass over Highway 1, which makes it more accessible for the highway and also Walnut Grove. And now that Labonte is open, or going to be open, and I don't know how much more, it was mentioned quite a bit, more students, but I don't know where they're going to put them all. But anyhow, they're going to come and use it. And I guess my biggest thing here is I don't really know the size, so I don't know if I'm going to support 30,000 at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Qualley.
Thank you. You know, if you could go back to that chart just for a second that had the stores on it, yeah. I think what's become obvious to me in this presentation is that unfortunately the Willoughby Town Centre is underbuilt to service the community in the Willoughby Town Centre, and I think unfortunately that's part of the problem, is that the footprint of the Willoughby Town Centre and is supposed to be the town centre, and based on these numbers it looks like the footprint of that is too small to service its own community. And I think the current town centre will satisfy the neighbourhood in terms of walkability. You can walk there and get your eggs and your milk and your bread. And I think, you know, people are going to drive anyhow over to the Canadian Tire or whatever other options are over that way. And the other consideration for me is the highway accessibility. People are going to be shopping there, coming on and off the freeway from work, you know, that are driving, that are going to other parts of the municipality with the 216 overpass there, going to Fort Langley, to Walnut Grove. And, you know, 40,000 is the maximum size. Is that correct, through you, Mayor Frost, to Mr. Seffi?
Seffi?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Thank you.
So 40,000 is the maximum size. So grocery stores don't build things sort of on spec. They build with a strong business plan in place. And I think if the supermarket chain, whoever it is, I have no idea who that will be, decides that 30,000 square feet when they're ready to build is an appropriate size, then that's what they'll build. This is a maximum size. It's not. That is the extent of the prescription. So if the grocery chain, if it was Safeway, for example, and they decided that that neighborhood only warranted a 30,000 square foot store, they can go ahead and build to 30,000 square feet. But I think us restricting that really could put us back in a position with the university district. Who knows what that's going to look like in a number of years? And, you know, while this is the Williams neighborhood, we have a responsibility to look at the community holistically and make sure we're providing amenities in our neighborhoods that service sort of the greater good. So I'm not going to support a reduction in the size of the footprint because I think it just provides an option. It's not prescriptive that it has to be to that level, but it's an option. And by the time this grocery store is ready to be built out, who knows the position that we're going to be in? We could be through 5 years, 12 years, who knows? And I don't want to make those restrictions today, pretending to understand what the market's going to need in 10 or however many years.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, I want to, certainly have trouble supporting decreasing the size. I think certainly the plan in here is to have a second grocery store in Willoughby Town Centre. So based on what we're seeing here, having 60,000 square feet of grocery at the Willoughby Town Centre, that's pretty significant. The 40,000 foot store would put it as the fourth largest store in the Willoughby area. This isn't some gigantic freak kind of grocery store. This is the fourth largest. It's nothing massive. It's nothing overpowering. I'm not sure where that seems to be overpowering from. The Willoughby Save-On is not an overpowering store, and yet it's going to be 5%, 7% bigger than what we're proposing, and it's not overpowering. I think that we need to consider the future, and whether we like it or not, Walnut Grove people will drive across and come and use this particular grocery store, as people in Willoughby drive over to Walnut Grove and use their grocery store. That's just the reality. We are making a decision for all of Langley Township, And so I think we need to accommodate that. We need to think of the growth of the university district, which is going to be significant. And I think we need to accommodate that. We're certainly not talking about a commercial space there. This is the commercial space for that area. And so we need to accommodate that. So I'm not supportive of decreasing the size. I think 40,000 is the right number based on staff report and all the data we have. 40,000 seems to be the right size.
Well, you need to, if you wish to do that, you need to make an amendment to the amendment. Because right now it's 30,000.
Okay, well, I would make an amendment that we have it at 40,000 square feet.
Okay, and that's seconded by Councillor Qualley. So now there's an amendment to the amendment, and it's to put the size of the grocery at 40,000 square feet. We've had a lot of discussion. I think we can just ask the question, and then council can decide. So,
which is currently already there.
Yeah, well, it is. The motion was moved. If we can go back to the motion, please. And the motion was moved with 30,000, not 40,000. That was Councillor Long's wish. So if you look at policy number 11, number 1, you see the 40,000 square feet, and I'm talking square feet, not meters. It was reduced to 30,000. It was changed to 30,000 square feet when the motion was made. So now the amendment changes the 30,000 number to 40,000. Okay? So that's what this amendment is, and the only thing this amendment does. Councillor Long?
Thank you. So we're moving what's up here, and of course I oppose it.
Yep.
Because we should be looking ahead on how many cars we want on the road and how much we want to see people driving all over the place. So I know we've had this discussion already, but that's the whole idea of reducing the size so that we can cut back on people coming over from Walnut Grove. And the whole idea, in my opinion, is to shop in your neighborhood. So we should make appropriate sized grocery stores for the neighborhood of Williams. And I'd like some clarification, Your Worship. Is it 4,000 units or a population of 4,000 people? I think that there's 4,000 units are being proposed in there. Is that correct? Whereas the comments were made about Willoughby here, where you've got how many units? You know, thousands and thousands of people. So, you know, I think it should be an appropriate size to the neighborhood.
Yeah, just for clarification, yeah. So the plan has a total population at build out of 4,650.
Okay, thank you. And that's the Williams. And that's the residential, so it doesn't take into account the business.
And then we estimated 3,200 for the business district.
Trinity Western University.
So you got about 10 square feet per person of grocery store. That sounds pretty good.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sparrow on the amendment.
Yeah, so this would just be, as was stated, the numbers that are in here now, the maximum was what was currently in the plan. The amendment was changed to 30. Now we're just going back to what was currently in it. Okay, and I support that. I think, as Councillor Qualley said, this is a maximum. A grocery store is not going to come in and build something that's out of place for the area. That they're smart business people. They're going to do a business case. They're going to look and see what the community at the time when they're building it is needing. Also, looking into the future. I think, as was stated, we're not building this for Walnut Grove for them to drive across. But as was stated, the reality is they will, because Walnut Grove, the grocery store there, was built way too small for the community. It was not looked upon as what it was, the future growth. I think it was underserved right from the get-go, and I'm cautious about us putting a cap on it at this table when that should be for business to do. That should be their decision, and we shouldn't be looking to say we seem to know better than staff and then our reports, and as well as who will come in and actually have a business case for what they're describing being built, which will probably be, as stated, 5 or 10 years from now. So I'm going to support this as leaving it as it is, the 40,000 maximum.
Thank you. I'll be supporting it also. I was going to say pretty much what you said, so I won't say it. So I'm going to call the question on the amendment to the amendment.
40.
And that's to change the number from 30 to 40. Okay, so the amendment to the amendment carries with Councillor Richter, Councillor Fox, Councillor Arneson, Councillor Long opposed. So now we're on to the amendment as amended. And speakers list, I still have Councillor Sparrow. Did you wish to speak to the amendment as amended?
The amendment as amended, yep. No.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question.
Okay, sorry,
the amendment as amended. So basically what you're seeing in front of you. Okay. And this is H1. And that carries with Councillor Richter, Councillor Arneson, Councillor Long opposed. And so now we've carried that one. So now there's number 2. And if council wishes to, this is just clarifying language that staff have suggested. If there's a motion, Councillor Fox moves, seconder, Councillor
Well, I was gonna, can we move all of them, or do we have to do them individually?
We could do them individually, and then that way, if there's any questions, it can go fairly quickly or not. So Council second by Councillor Qualley. And so Councillor Richter, something went wrong. Councillor Richter, did you have? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I think one of the things that came out in the public hearing was the unfair competitive advantage that this commercial node is going to have vis-a-vis the Willoughby Town Centre, because the Willoughby Town Centre is required to have underground parking. So I'd like to add an amendment that the mixed-use commercial have underground parking in Williams.
There's a seconder to that. Councillor Arneson seconds. Discussion on that. Okay, they went empty real quick. Councillor Sparrow.
Well, I guess I'd like to hear from staff on why that was not already considered and put forward. I would imagine they had some discussion and thoughts on that previous, or maybe not, and this was... Mr. Seffi? Mr. Nelson?
I'm looking to Mr. Nelson and Mr. Chu if there's any comments. I think, Your Worship, while they're sort of formulating their response, the contexts are different in that the Willoughby Town Centre is more an urban form with the need for consideration to the form and character of the area, more so than the Williams area, in that, as I said, it's the Willoughby Town Centre. It's the only town centre that we have, other than Aldergrove, I think, that's recognized in the regional plan. So with that in mind, there's a need to make sure that there is not too much parking on the overland, so to speak, and there's accommodation of parking underground. I don't know if Mr. Nelson or Chu have anything to add.
Thank you, Your Worship. A few years back, when we updated the Yorkson neighbourhood plan, we underwent an extensive urban design process with the consultant, and we determined that the town centre would be a very walkable downtown area with some very high urban design standards, and that's when we decided to put in some underground and under-building parking requirements. For the Williams area, the mixed-use commercial and the gateway areas in the proposed plan are somewhat auto-oriented. We would be looking at some home hardware kind of large format stores in particular, and then there will be some drive-through restaurants as well. And that's why we decided not to have higher urban design standards, simply because those component land use designations would be more oriented towards the highway, auto-oriented to serve the traveling public.
Okay, so could you just go back to the slide that we were at previous, where we're talking about the amendment? Okay, so if we're comparing, then we're on the mixed-use commercial number 2. If we're comparing apples to apples, saying if we required it in one community and that they required underground parking, this is a maximum 2-story designation. I would be the maximum in Williams in the Willoughby Town Centre that we're referring to.
No, in Willoughby Town Centre, we're looking at mixed use in the sense that it's mixed commercial at grade and residential above grade. So much
right. No,
higher.
but I'm talking about how high they are, max. Because again, when we've heard before with the cost of underground parking, if we're going to require these mixed use commercial 2-story buildings to now have underground parking, that's a significant higher cost for a developer to build that with a 2-story building than it would be for a 5-story or a 6-story building. So I guess to that comment is, if we're going to require now the mixed-use commercial in Williams to be underground parking, I'm cautious or hesitate doing that when we have a maximum of 2-story buildings that we're now requiring underground parking with. I think that needs to be considered. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I don't have a question for you. Sorry, but I just wanted to follow up. I did second Councillor Richter's motion, because I do have written in my notes that the underground parking issue to me is a very inefficient land use. I understand we're not on the same page, and you've sort of characterized this as being an area where you're trying to enhance, I guess, its attractiveness to being on 216th interchange and the volume of traffic that's going to be there. But I just see that as more sprawl, actually. And I'm not sure I necessarily buy. I understand the economic argument that it's more expensive to put your parking underground. However, to me, that means you've got more valuable space above the ground that you can put buildings on. It just seems regressive to me, frankly, that we're going to be considering these huge parking lots. And I really don't think that that's in keeping with our sustainability. We're saying, I suppose, that this is on the outskirts of the township of Langley, it's by the highway, but I don't think we should throw our principles out the window just because we're saying that this is an area where we're considering it to be suburban. I mean, the suburbs are getting to be passé. We're looking at density, and sure, there's, potential for I understand. I want to find the right balance, because I wouldn't see what's wrong with trying to find some percentage of it going underground and some being surface parking. Because I've seen many retail buildings that are in completely urban areas, and it's it's not shocking. They're like Home Depots in the middle of Vancouver, and they do that because that's the land that they have available, and they try to maximize the value of the land and not sprawl all over the place. So I just think that this is a very inefficient use of valuable land.
Thank you. Yeah. Councillor Qualley?
Oh, I think just to Mr. Chu's point about the size and scope of the mixed use in Willoughby Town Centre, I think it's 5 or 6 stories. I think I look at the development that's happening or the redevelopment, I guess, in places like Burnaby, around Willingdon and Highway 7, whatever that neighborhood is called there, where they're building the old mall and building the high rises and stuff there. And I think, in an environment like that, this makes sense. That neighborhood is so dense and so compact with tons of services there, SkyTrain and all kinds of things. And, I think if we were going to look at an increase in density of the commercial designation, then underground parking for sure would make sense. But based on, just a 2-story maximum, I think, for how this land's going to be used, this does make sense for right now. So I'm not going to support an amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Richter?
Yeah, well, I appreciate Councillor Sparrow's comments with regards to the economics of underground parking. And certainly we've heard repeatedly from Mr. Woodward in Fort Langley that underground parking is only economically feasible for developers with 3 stories minimum. And I see we have our neighborhood convenience commercial designation there at 3 stories. So I'd like to propose an amendment to the amendment that the mixed-use commercial designation is 3 stories to go along with the underground parking.
A seconder? Councillor Arneson seconds. Okay, any discussion on that? Councillor Richter, do you wish to speak to that? Or you already did? I'm just going to make a comment. I think we have gone through a discussion on competitiveness in this area with the Willoughby Town Centre, and now we want to increase the square footage basically by 30 or 50%, and I think now we're defeating what we're trying to do before, and maintain an area that is competitive but is not taking away from the other area. So I can't support that. Any other discussion? No, sorry,
I would like to speak to my amendment here, and I would like to reference the comments that Councillor Arneson made, which is what we're building here is going to be here for the next 50 to 100 years. Why are we building urban sprawl? Why aren't we trying to end up with something that's walkable, sustainable, etc.? I'm thinking in the back of my mind what they've got in North Vancouver around the big mall on the other side of the bridge there. So I think this gives the developers material to work with to make it more attractive and more sustainable in the long run. And plus, be competitive and fairly competitive to other people in the area.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question on the amendment to the amendment.
Can you read that back?
Basically, it's to change the word or the number 2 to 3 for stories. Yeah, that's what the amendment. That's what I understand it to be.
Your Worship, just to make sure that there's clarity, that will implicitly provide for the floor area to also increase, so that floor area won't remain the same.
Okay, so the amendment to the amendment should include an increase of the floor area, so that by about another 30,000 square feet to the 60, that'd be 90, and then another 7.5, 22. Yeah. So, Councillor Richter, is that what you intend in the amendment to the amendment? Is that? Sorry, I'm going to have to cancel the vote and start over again. Councillor Richter, you're asking for another story, so you're asking for the additional square footage to go along with it then? Or are you just asking for 3 stories?
And this is one of the reasons why we shouldn't be doing this on the fly, which is one of the reasons why we should have had this and the options in front of council on Thursday when we got our package.
If you could stick to
but yes, if that's the impact, that's the impact.
Okay. Thank you. So so we'll just make this clear. That 60,000 becomes, I would suspect, 90,000 square feet.
Well, you don't know.
No,
can't our staff calculate it and give us the numbers?
Councillor Richter, you can say, no, you don't want that in your motion. I'm asking you. You've made a motion to add a floor. Does the motion, as Mr. Seffi alluded to, implicitly contain an increase in the square footage? So I'm trying to put some numbers to it. So when you go from 2 to 3, that would be from 60 to 90,000 square feet. And from 15 to 22,500 square feet. Is that, I'm asking you if that's what you wish. If you don't, that's fine. Is that going to be part of your motion? Obviously not. Okay, so we're just going to go 2 stories.
No, it's 3 stories. That's my amendment.
3 stories. We're just going to go 3 stories on this amendment without a change in square footage. So the skinnier building. Okay, well, this be skinnier buildings. So I'm going to call the question on the amendment to the amendment. And the amendment to the amendment is defeated by Councillor Fox, Councillor Whitmarsh, Mayor Froese, Councillor Qualley, Councillor Sparrow, Councillor Davis, Councillor Long. Opposed. We're back to the amendment. And the amendment was, I've lost track here. Madam Clerk. Underground parking, thank you. So now we're on the amendment of underground parking. Any further discussion on that? 2-story building with underground parking. So I'm going to call the question. Thank you. And that's also defeated. Councillor Fox, Councillor Whitmarsh, Mayor Froese, Councillor Qualley, Councillor Sparrow, Councillor Long opposed. Or sorry, Councillor Davis opposed. And we now move on to the main motion. And I don't believe there are any amendments to the main motion. It's just the main motion. Councillor Richter, did you wish to speak to that? No. Okay. Call the question on this is number 2. And it carries. The Councillor Richter and Arneson opposed. And we'll move to number 3. Is there a motion for number 3? Councillor Long, seconder. Second. Councillor Sparrow, discussion on number 3. Seeing none, I'm calling the question. It carries. Councillor Arneson opposed. Number 4. Councillor Sparrow moves number 4, the word distillery. Councillor Qualley seconds it. Discussion on number 4. Seeing none, I'll call the question. Unanimous. What a surprise. Okay, so now we move on to Williams Neighbourhood Plan, EV charging stations. Councillor Qualley moves it. Number 5, the additional language. Is there a seconder, please? Councillor Sparrow. Councillor Davis, wish to speak to that?
Yes. I think, where am I here? Provide for inclusion of electric vehicles charging infrastructure as a part of residential, commercial, industrial, and institutional developments to contribute to the sustainable transportation network. What does that mean? Can I have that, the staff? What kind of numbers is that? I know that I've listened to the fellow up the hill from the Yorks and Water Society, and he has commented on electric, and maybe now's the time. And so what does that mean? Like how many more? It says that we're going to go that direction, but what numbers is that?
Mr. Steffi, do you
Your
have
Worship, thank you for the question. The actual numbers will come to council at a future date as part of a bylaw. So this actually lays the foundation, if you will, so there will be requirements, recognition of the requirements within the plan, and then subsequently the actual bylaw will specify the numbers.
Okay, so if we pass this, vote for this, then we will have an opportunity in the future, sound like Charlie Fox, an opportunity in the future to vote for a number on that. We could look at other communities and look at what we might need in the future. Okay, yeah, so I'd like to support that, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson?
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I guess that was my point too. It was a little bit too subjective for me, so I just was wanting to put the word mandatory in there. So, but if it's coming back to us at some point in the future with a staff recommended percentage there, I'd be satisfied with that.
Thank you. Councillor Qualley?
Yeah, I think this is a really great addition to this. I think, based on this plan, I was excited to see this, and this was actually going to be something I wanted to talk about anyhow in this plan, because based on the proximity of 216 and the accessibility of this, can you imagine if the township was like had one of those Tesla superhighway charger stations, and we were like a destination for people commuting from Vancouver to charge their vehicles? That'd be pretty cool. So I'm not interested in putting a number in this, because I don't know what that's going to look like in the future, because this whole piece of the infrastructure is growing and changing constantly. And I know that in the US they're receiving subsidies from companies like Tesla to build these things. So anyhow, I think this is a really great addition, and I thank staff for including that.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call a question. Carries unanimously. And this is the recommended amendment from the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure.
I'll move that.
Councillor Sparrow, second by Councillor Whitmarsh. Discussion on this? Seeing none, I'll call the question. And that carries unanimously. And Mr. Seffi, are there any other?
No, Your Worship. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, I had the speakers list. Councillor Richter up there. Councillor Davis. Yes. You're next on the speakers list on the main motion. We're back to the main motion as amended. So just right back to the beginning. And I had you on the list if you wish to speak any further. Okay.
Okay.
You're up.
We did a lot of work there just on a report to the council. Okay, I won't go there. I like this plan. I want to vote for it. This plan, however, I have a few concerns that if we tweak, I know we can get around. At the public hearing, a lot of people spoke about liking the walkability community. A lot of people looking to move in to the Williams because they liked it. They liked how the plan allowed for new roads to be on existing property lines, i.e. people can remain in their homes until they want to leave, except as brought up by council, is there a slide that had the red circle around it? There is one piece of property that I don't think it'll work for. And I'd like to move, how do I do this? Make an amendment that we look at 7794 Morrison Crescent. I believe that was one of the delegations. To look at, I know we have a slope issue there, but to look at roundabout, higher density, moving the road a little bit, just a couple things that can make that road a little different for that one piece of property, because it is now identified as a problem. Well, not as a problem, but it's identified with concerns. So can I move that? I make to move that.
Mic back on. Moving the amendment to look at the property at 7794 Morrison Crescent as far as in regards to the road pattern to improve the amount of buildable space on that.
Well, that's not what I said.
Okay, no, I'm trying to put.
I think that's it's a buildable space. Whether
Worship, would it perhaps be to increase the density for the property at 7794 Morrison Crescent to allow for the road with a roundabout?
Could be, but
get the wording.
Okay, okay, should I say yes then? Yeah, but not just a roundabout, because I know what's going to happen. It'll go to council and they'll say, well, there's too much of a slope. We can't do this, we can't do that. There's going to be limitations. So I want a logical,
to investigate
to investigate all the options that would make this one piece of property more.
So before we get to the wording, then, the intent, though, is to increase the permissible density to allow for the fact that the property is bisected by a road, and the future road should include a roundabout.
Okay. Yep.
So in
Go
this
ahead.
case, then,
Yeah,
I think the
that's it.
direction is to increase the permissible density on that property to compensate for the inclusion of a road and to allow for a future roundabout.
Yes, and if it works better, that they can leave their house where it is for now and not move or something like that. Like, yeah, maybe I'll just go with what you said. I think that's what I want to do.
So that's moved. Is seconder to that? Councillor Richter seconds. I'm going to open up discussion on that amendment. Thank you, Councillor Long.
Thanks, Your Worship. I think that we should say consider a roundabout, because if I believe the concern from the delegate was that they wanted to conserve some of the land there and conserve some of the trees. Now, as much as I love roundabouts, I think I was actually brought up on one. That will take up more land, and they're an efficient way to move cars. But if it takes up more land, then it sort of does the opposite of what I think the delegate does. So can I put the word?
Sure.
Add the word
Yep.
consider a roundabout.
Sure. Yep.
I mean,
Yep.
Davis accepts that as an amendment.
and as
if
Councillor
with you.
Davis said, if it could be that the slope may not allow a roundabout, or there could be all kinds of other reasons.
So with unanimous consent of council, we'll accept that as an amendment to the amendment. Okay. I don't see any opposition to that. So
Otherwise,
thank
I
you. So the
support it.
word
Thank you.
consider. All right. I have a speaker's list here. Councillor Richter.
Yes, and Councillor Davis, they did, when they made their presentation, make reference to preserving a stretch of trees on part of that property. So can we include tree preservation?
Well, then that restricts an option for the higher density. Well,
Oh, it doesn't, because
No,
he said the
okay.
trees were on the west side.
Yeah.
It's the east side,
okay, if they
northeast side.
consider that also, I guess.
Okay. So now we're at, actually that should be taken as an amendment to the amendment. And so that can be done with the unanimous consent of council. If they wish. To consider tree preservation. So that's,
No, I don't want to consider. I want to
Okay.
preserve
Okay.
those trees there.
so then I would ask that if there's a unanimous consent of council, we can accept that. If not, then we'll take that as an amendment to the amendment.
I don't know what trees they are.
Okay, then I see no opposition unless council wishes, so we'll take that as an amendment to the amendment.
No,
Oh, you do? Okay, so then if Councillor Richter wants to. Yeah.
I need to see it, which trees we're talking
Yeah, so then Councillor Richter needs to move it then. There's
Okay, I'll
opposition.
move it.
Thank you. Is there a seconder to that? Councillor Arneson, so amendment 2 is open, speaking to the tree part. Anybody wish to speak to the Councillor Long?
Yeah, I
So the
guess-
amendment is to consider, or not to consider, is to, what was the exact wording, Madam Clerk?
Tree preservation?
Include,
To include tree preservation.
thank you, okay. So Councillor Long, you're on.
Well, I guess without proper diagrams and so forth, I don't know which trees we're referring to, so.
Yeah. Thank
I
you.
guess in
Councillor-
general, it's a nice idea.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson?
Well, thank you, Your Worship. I believe that a number of council members went there, and they have some extraordinary trees. Some of them are older than 100 years old. So maybe if there was some inference that it could be at the direction or by staff to review the situation and try and figure it out, I think it's most important that we put that as a primary consideration as opposed to sort of discretionary under the circumstances. There could be clustering, they could have higher density, but I don't know about the roundabout. I'm not familiar with the configuration there, but I do know that the trees are substantial, and I do believe the property owners would like to move to have, in some way, as many of them preserved as possible for the community.
Thank you. Councillor Fox?
Yeah, this is where absence becomes a little bit of a problem because I have no idea. I'm looking at a Google map of Morrison Crescent connecting up with 76th Avenue, and I have no idea what trees you're talking about. If someone could come in here and show me with a diagram what trees, I'd be very helpful. But right now, I don't know what trees you're talking about. I can see a map here, or a Google picture, that's covered in trees. So I can't support what I don't see.
I have a question for staff, just to clarify. In our development permits and building permits and rezonings, do we not consider and look at the tree preservation through our bylaws? And so that having this layered on top is really redundant, because we do already have procedures in place for tree preservation.
Yes, we do, Your Worship, but I guess to make sure that a certain area is protected and preserved, it is likely best put in a neighborhood plan.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that clarification. Councillor Qualley.
I have a couple of questions. One, I guess, through you, Mefros, to Mr. Chu from your presentation earlier. You spoke to council about why doing this density change in this plan was a bad idea. Can you tell us again why that's a bad idea? Or perhaps, I'm sorry, it was Mr. Nelson, sorry. So you recommended against this a few minutes ago.
I think there were a couple of reasons, Mr. Nelson, right? One was the protection of view corridors, and the other one was the fact that there would likely be no neighborhood support because it was never proposed in terms of a higher density, which will likely kick it up to an apartment type of housing as opposed to townhouse. And if you go to apartments, then if council does wish to increase the density, it would be staff's recommendation to have it capped, if you will, at 3 stories to make sure that there's some consideration of preservation of the view corridors. And then the secondary recommendation was to make whatever is applicable on the particular, on the subject site, also applicable on the 2 adjacent sites to the east.
Yeah, I'd just like to clarify, we're on the amendment to the amendment regarding the trees, not the density at
I
this
know,
point,
but
just the trees.
I'm sorry, but I don't mean to digress, but the decision around the changes to this affects my vote on the whole thing.
Okay,
so, sorry, Mr. Safey, just to clarify, so are you saying it could work if that whole thing was assembled, that little triangle there was assembled with 3 stories, but that isn't what anybody ever saw in this plan? Is that correct?
That's correct. And I guess if I could, Your Worship, just take a step back and just remind council that the alignment that you see there is only a concept. It was never surveyed. This was never designed. This is just based on aerial information, aerial mapping and topography, showing based on the proximity of intersections and safety and turning movements and sight lines and all those things, that this will likely be the type of road connectivity that you would have. It is subject to further detailed analysis and design at the rezoning stage. And yeah, that's it.
So I have one more question. Thanks for clarifying that. So this this amendment is coming because one resident who owns that property came and said that they likely, if they sold, wouldn't realize the appropriate value for their property. But when a resident in a neighborhood plan like this sells, they're compensated for road allowances and things. Is that correct?
If you mean by compensated, Councillor Qualley, through you, Your Worship, the calculation of densities is always based on the gross area. So the road will not be deducted from the area before the density or the allowable units is calculated, is based on the gross, not net.
So, forgive me, I'm having a hard time. It's getting late for me. And this doesn't put this resident necessarily at an unfair property advantage because of this, does it? Which is, I think, what we're all trying to figure out for this one resident. Maybe
it is hard for me to respond to that, Your Worship, because I'm not the property owner. From their perspective, it likely does have an impact because they see it as compared to the parcel next to them, for example, to the west, and they see that as an encumbrance, if you will. So
Sorry, that wasn't really a fair question. Sorry, Mr. Saifi. So the property to the west is the same designation, Strata Townhouse, right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, this
amendment on the trees.
Yes. So the amendment on the trees is about requiring us to protect these trees as opposed to what was originally talked about, which was to ask staff to consider and work with this person. I remember when the delegates spoke, they certainly did talk about saving trees, but they also talked about getting fair value for their property, and they were very concerned about getting fair value for their property, being that it's being intersected by two roads coming through. And so I know that was of equal concern. So for me, the issue of requiring the tree protection, I think I prefer it to be considered to staff to consider that and to work with the owner of the property around issues around density and tree protection to discuss what's the best option for the delegate, as opposed for us sitting here today to decide for us what we think is the best for the delegate. I'd rather the staff work with the delegate to come up with the best solution around tree protection and maximizing value of property.
Thank you. Councillor Sparrow.
Yeah, I agree. I think we did hear from one resident, the owner of this property. I do believe that a large portion of their concerns came down to the land value and what they would see in return for their property compared to their neighbors because of the road situation. I would hedge a guess that if we then required protection of trees included in this, that would decrease their value of their land again, because now they're having areas of their land that's now not developable because we've saved trees. And as Councillor Fox has said, I was at the meeting and I'm not quite sure actually what trees are referred to. I share the same confusion. So I can't support it's sort of a blanket tree protection because I do think it's too vague, and it doesn't address actually the concerns of the landowner, which was the value of their home. I think if we save all the trees on their property, they won't be able to build anything on it anyway. So I'm not going to support it.
Any further discussion? Call the question on the amendment to the trees. Ms. Bauer, if you could just read the amendment to the amendment back, please.
The amendment was to include tree preservation.
Thank you. Okay, so call the question.
In just this piece?
Yeah.
It was to require it.
Yeah, it was to require. It was strong.
This particular property?
Yes. Okay, thank you. And it's defeated. Councillor Fox, Councillor Whitmarsh, Mayor Froese, Councillor Qualley, Councillor Sparrow opposed. And so we're back to the amendment, which was, if you can refresh my memory, Ms. Bauer. And it was for Councillor Davis's amendment. If you could just read that back to us. Increase the density. I don't know. I just want to make sure we're clear.
The amendment was to increase density to compensate for inclusion of a road and consider future roundabout.
Thank you. Okay, I have a speakers list still. Councillor Sparrow.
Yeah. I have some concerns. Staff addressed them. I think, I do respect and appreciate, one landowner coming to us with their concerns about the value of their property and the road designation. But as Mr. Seffi said, this is a general concept right now. The actual details of the road positioning is still yet to be fine-tuned. And I guess I hesitate in that we're needing to look at the overall neighborhood plan, so the overall neighborhood and the overall community as a whole of the township. And that best interest. And I think taking one individual landowner who's concerned about how, their compensation of their property and increasing density in that area specific just so that property can see an increased value isn't really addressing the concerns of the whole community. And so while I do appreciate and I'm sympathetic to that there are roads that have to go somewhere, and unfortunately they do run through some people's properties, and there is some issues with that. I'm hesitant to increase and have basically a little circle of apartment residential higher density in that area just to compensate for that. So I'm not going to support it. I think staff will do their best to work on the road alignment And I think they do a good job of accounting for trying to make it fair and equitable for the community, for the neighbors in general. But I think taking it and increasing the value or the density, on one parcel just to accommodate that is just out of what I'm comfortable doing. So,
okay, Councillor Qualley.
Yeah, I think this has gone through extensive public consultation, and if we were to make some random density change for an apartment that isn't even on the plan anywhere else, I feel like it would be completely out of context and unexpected, so I'm not going to support a density change there.
Thank you. I have a question for staff on this particular property with the red circle. Did I hear that early on in the planning this was all going to be yellow, so it was going to be single-family mixed, and that after taking into consideration some of the issues that the property owner had let us know about, that it was changed to townhouse strata and parts of the property. So staff have already addressed some of the density issues. I'm satisfied with that. I think there's a concern with, as staff have mentioned, with the views. A 3-story isn't going to change too much. They'd have to go into almost towers or 6-story, 8-story. So I think I'm happy with what staff have. So I do understand that what Councillor Davis wants to do, but I think it's already been addressed. So, Councillor Long.
Yeah, and just to confirm, because this is an OC, this neighborhood plan. I mean, if there were something to change in the future, and some brilliant ideas came along that might address some of the concerns we've heard in terms of site view corridors, etc., amendments can always come forward, suggesting a better solution, right, in the future. So rather than trying to deal with it now, it may be something that would come along later.
Okay, thank you.
So
Any further discussion?
To deal with it.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I'll call in the question. And the amendment fails. Councillor Fox, Mayor Froese, Councillor Qualley, Councillor Sparrow, Councillor Long opposed. And we now move on to speaker's list. Councillor Richter. Well, okay. So if you wish to carry on, we've gone through yours. So Councillor Davis, you still have the floor. Thank you.
I also would like to, maybe if we could go to the picture of the land use where the parks are. I would like to just have some clarification on a view park. Is there only one park in the whole plan? And another question, well, I'm through the staff. What is a conservation area? Will it be open to the public? And what is a water course compensation area? Will it be open to the park or open to the public?
Okay, Mr. Nelson.
Through your worship. There are a series of park-like settings identified in the plan. There's a pocket park that's the blue oval that has the PP in it. That's a floating symbol on 214th near the south end of the plan. We also have plans for a neighborhood park as part of a joint elementary school neighborhood park site. Again, the green asterisk that's close to the 78th and 214th intersection area. We also have included in this plan Williams View Park. So it is a bit opposite of a neighborhood park, which is typically sport fields, playgrounds, those kind of more active uses, and looking for the view park to be more passive, to accommodate a lot of trees, and then building recreational uses within the context of those trees. And then those trees of the view park also supporting the tree escarpment character that we're trying to uphold with this neighborhood plan. So those three kind of elements. And then I think you were talking about or mentioned, Councillor Davis, the conservation area.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a conservation area in the south part, which is kind of the darkest green, and on the map, if you squint, you can see some dots or green kind of elongated dots going down the either side of that. So that provides some creek greenway or pedestrian access along either side of that conservation
down the bottom,
area.
Way down.
Yeah, it runs north-south, the darkest green.
Yeah, right at the bottom, right off 76. Yeah. So that there is a trail system there.
On either side, correct.
And also with the conservation area.
Yeah,
Both, the conservation and the park area.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a pocket park and a view park, Williams View Park. How big would the Williams View Park be?
Will be up to 5 acres.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, I would like to see another park in this plan. Up in that area, there's a existing cedar grove that runs right down through that area. There's lots of really big trees. I would like to see this plan. Although I see it's connected with pedestrians up, there's 3 spots that are walkable, but they're actually only pedestrian links. They're not trails. The public hearing, we heard the public hearing that residents like and want a walkable community, but I think we need one more park. UBC has done a study about reducing stress by spending more time outdoors in nature. Our community is growing, and where are all the people going to go? I would like to see a real park, not a rubber matted playground, which I've seen lots of pocket parks. A playground with a grass field beside, and not a grass field beside the school. This plan is forever. We are designing this plan, and we have a chance to do it right. I talked about the natural cedar grove up there, and some of them are well over 100 years old, and I think we should utilize some of this area. So I would like, could I make an amendment to send this to see if they can put another park in, roughly the same size as the William View Park? I so move.
Mr. Baca just has a comment.
Just as a point of clarification, that certainly could be done, but what's adjacent to this is of interest. At 80th and 216th, to the northeast, there's been 35 acres that township has acquired for park purposes. So it's technically outside the plan, but across the street. And likewise, to the southwest corner of this property, under discussion, is another property which would net about 30 acres.
Southwest?
Southwest. So in each corner of the plan, if you will, it's adjacent to additional lands that are either have been acquired or under discussion for acquisition.
Okay, so the one which would be northeast, we own that property already?
Correct.
Okay, but that doesn't have 100-year-old cedar trees.
True.
And the one southwest?
Yes.
Where's?
So we can't.
What's that? Oh, okay. Sorry. It doesn't have any cedar trees anyhow, so they're all cut down. Okay, so I'm concerned that you know what? I'm going to backtrack. Is it going to be 5 acres? Because if it's going to, 5 acres is a fair sized park, and if it's up there and it's got lots of cedar trees on it, well then I'll take that back. I didn't realize, because the last thing I want to do is have one of these little pocket parks where there's rubber mats for the kids to play on.
Need that too.
Yeah, I don't know if we
kids
really
do need to play.
Yeah,
we need both.
So I guess.
Through your worship, the current policy reads, provide and develop the Williams View Park that is approximately 2 hectares, in brackets, 5 acres in size, and is in the vicinity of Morrison Crescent, 76th Avenue, as indicated on the map.
Okay, was that in the book that we got about the neighborhood plan?
Yes.
I must have missed it. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Can I carry on? I have another concern, a couple more. Edge planning up to 16th. Right now it's 6 to 10 UPA. I'd like to move that we cap it at 6 units per acre because it's on the edge of ALR. And if there's 6 instead of 10, and it'll end up being 10. So can I move to cap that at 6 UPA?
So just to be clear, you're looking at a specific area or all of the all of the yellow, or you just want to have
all of the yellow right up to 80th
in the entire plan? or just along the edge?
Just along the edge.
Okay, and
Yeah.
how far in? I think
Yeah, well,
one, so
no,
a strip of so
Well-
6 UPAs, what's the square footage of that? Is that about a 6,000 square foot lot, 7,000 square foot?
What does the agricultural land
Works
reserve?
up to 7,000, Your Worship.
7,000. So what, I just want to be clear on the amendment, that along 216th, that the one property end would be 7,000 square foot lots.
Yes.
So that's what you're
Yes.
saying. So that would be that one property. Is that clear for staff? An amendment that would take the lots facing 216th, and that would be, now is that from all the way from 80th Avenue, or there's
Yep.
some brown, all the way from 80th Avenue down to 76th Avenue?
Yeah.
The lots facing 216th would be at 6 UPA. Is that clear, Mr. Safi?
Still not sure what depth, Your Worship, but
7,000.
Okay, so
what kind of depth? Just for one lot?
one lot, yeah, one lot depth, just the lots facing. So
Okay.
it's 6 to 10 for all of that, and I think what Councilor Davis is just suggesting is that along 216th, that those lots would be at the 6 UPA size, so one lot in. Is that's clear?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So you move that as an amendment?
Move it.
And seconder? Councilor Richter seconds. Discussion. Sorry, I pushed it for the amendment. Discussion. Councilor Sparrow? Yeah.
Oh, that was me at first. I'm just confused. So why would we be doing that?
To eliminate rural urban conflict.
Okay, but 216th is how many lanes is that going to be? 4 lanes? 4 lanes, main.
4 lane. I
main.
think it's indicating 4 lanes.
I don't see why the roads, what that would accomplish when these homes would be fronting or siding or however they're going to be facing 216th, and then there's the rural on the other side. I don't really see the benefit on that, so I'm not going to support it.
Can I just clarify what the ALR has for rural edge planning?
Sure. A question for staff. Yeah.
Question to staff?
Yeah. Maybe.
Well, Your Worship, ALR, ALC does not have any standards. It's actually the Ministry of Agriculture that have some standards that are applicable on both the urban side as well as the farming, the ALR
Yes.
side.
What is the urban side?
Mr. Chu, is it 30 meters?
Thank you, Your Worship. Along this section of 216th, we're looking at, on average, about 10 meters wide of edge planning, and that would include, in general terms, based on the Ministry of Agriculture edge planning standards, double fencing with a variety of vegetation.
So that's 100.
It's on the west side of the urban side of 216th.
Okay, and so that's about 100 feet deep.
No,
10 meters.
10 meters.
Oh, 30. I'm sorry. So it's 30 meters. So there's already a buffer there, but so I'd like to just cap it at 6. I'd like to do that. Thanks. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Thanks.
Okay. So where are we with the amendment? We have an amendment. Has it been moved and seconded? Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. So discussion on that. All right. Moving along. Councillor Qualley.
Okay, thanks. So this is another change in density that hasn't been talked about ever in any of the public consultation piece. 216th is a 4-lane road. My assumption, based on previous experience from other developments that we're looking at, the houses aren't going to have their garages on 216th because it's a arterial road. So they're not going to have driveways facing 216th. The houses will likely face, west towards 212. So the house orientation will likely be that way. So the buffer that's built in already, plus the 4 lanes of traffic, and I think because nobody's living here now, part of what is going to attract them perhaps is the rural nature of what's going on the other side of the street. So I think people who are moving into this community will look at that and realize they're moving into rural community. And just for comparison's sake, for my own illustration in my own head, I was thinking about down where Costco is and directly across the street, which is only 2 lanes of traffic currently, is ag land and Costco right there, and that buffer seems to be, you know, fairly reasonable. So I'm not going to support the amendment because I think the buffer is built into the plan, and I think changing the density again there doesn't make any sense based on. I didn't hear from anybody. I didn't hear from a single person in the public hearing that was something that was of interest to them. So I'm not going to support that.
Thank you, Councillor Whitmarsh.
With a 10-meter street greenway, I don't see the necessity to have one depth of lot all the way down just inside the street greenway be at the 7,000 square foot lot. I think it's best to leave the yellow as single family, 6 to 10. As it's designed, as we create the design, I think we'll create a design that suits best, and some of those lots will be at 6, some of them will be more towards 10, some will be 8, but they're all in behind a 10-meter wide street greenway on a 4-lane road that's going to, you know, obviously have increased traffic. So it doesn't make any sense why we would do that. It seems almost the opposite of what we applied in some of our other planning and OCPs that we've done.
Thank you. My next speaker is Councillor Arneson, but before I take that speaker, we do need to have a motion to extend, and I would ask for a motion to extend to 11 o'clock. Councillor Qualley, seconder. Second, Councillor Davis. Just show of hands, all those in favour. Opposed. Councillor Richards opposed. We'll carry on. We may not have to go that long, but at least gives us some time to finish this. Okay, Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I know, I think I'd like to refer to what Councillor Qualley is saying and just reference back. It may not have been discussed at the public hearing, but I believe that I heard in one of the earlier iterations. I think what's happened maybe over the course of time, and I could be corrected by planning staff, is that initially it was deemed in the past that there should be a transition zone between where you were bumping up against agricultural land to reduce the amount of conflict. So the theory would be if there's less people living there, then we would have less people that could be negatively impacted by dust, odor, and other right to farm matters. So I think, though, that sort of, I don't know if it's gone the way of the dodo, however, I think that there's a new principle in play which suggests that if we have lanes of roadway plus a buffer, that we can have higher density there, and that's going to be more or less effective. I'm tending to favor the lower density there just to make the transition for both parties, but I don't know what that would do to the overall balance that we've now carefully constructed here, so I'm still on the fence about that.
Thank you. Pardon the pun. Councillor Richter.
No, I was just wondering, can we take a brief recess so we can get up and stretch our legs and have a bathroom break?
Sure, 5 minutes.
Thank you.
But back in 5 minutes. I want to go, but we'll finish this. We'll finish this amendment first. Yeah, we're going to finish this amendment first. Yeah, yeah, it's okay.
Sorry,
we'll,
can I discuss that before we actually do that?
Yeah, we will, but we're going to finish this amendment first, and we'll entertain that. Bathroom break. Anybody can go anytime, actually.
Yeah, anyone can.
Councillor Long, not on the bathroom break. This is on the amendment.
Oh, I'm all for it, but well, I don't have to. I have to go. Okay, so let's just get talking about the fence. So first of all, are there any driveways facing 216th Street on that western corridor? It sounds to me like there's going to be a fence and a buffer zone of 30 meters. 30 meters? 10 meters. So you got a fence, you got 10 meters, then you got 216th Street, and no homes facing 216th Street. So there's the answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you. Any further discussion on that? I have a question for staff. Part of the process, those homes on the edge, they're edge towards agriculture, do we not put a covenant on that they're aware of the agricultural uses that are next to them? So okay, I thought that was standard procedure. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to call the question on the amendment. H1. And the amendment fails. Councillor Fox, Councillor Whitmarsh, Mayor Froese, Councillor Qualley, Councillor Sparrow, Councillor Long opposed. So we're back to the main motion. Now Councillor Richter wanted to have a quick break. I don't mind if whoever wants.
Can we just talk
Sure, we can do that, or we can, I'll do a show of hands to take a 5-minute recess. Let's not have any discussion, just a poll, we'll do a straw. Those, do you have a motion? Councilor Richter moves 5-minute. Did you not want to go on a recess, Councilor Richter? Somebody want to move it? Councilor Davis moves it? I'll just call it, okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Councilor Sparrow, opposed. Councilor Fox, opposed. Okay. Let's take. I'm going to get started again in 10:08. Nope, 5. My little magic number here says just give everybody a break. It's been a long time.
Is there any more after us tonight? Oh, yeah. All those, I feel bad for you. Yeah.
I gotta get my pen.
Yeah, you're doing everything for two.
I know, yeah. I know, I need, I'm drinking water for two as well. So.
Yeah, doing everything.
You know. That's all right. No, that's all right. That's okay. Oh, I know. No, that was very good. I should get up here and speak. I like it. No.
We can.
All right, we're back. 10:08. So reconvene the meeting, and we're back to the main motion. And Councillor Davis still has the floor, but we'll wait just a second. Councillor Long is coming back. Councillor Qualley shut the door. As soon as that all happens, we'll get started. Okay, Councillor Davis.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to talk about drainage. On page 80 of the plan, we talk about retention ponds, and I would like drainage is real important, and there's 2 detention ponds on here, and what I'm concerned about is drainage. If we look, just a little history, we go back to the Milner Heights, the township people, we had to pay to upgrade the railroad crossing. The township had to pay for that after the drainage, the detention ponds didn't hold the water back. We're seeing the same thing at above piece of property where the trees have been cut down at the Terra there, where we're seeing flooding. I've got a couple pictures here that we've never seen that were sent to us today or yesterday from a Smith, and the pictures aren't very clear, but in my lifetime I've never seen water flowing into a barn. Maybe I'll pass those down. So there's that look at. Now we are doing the Williams plan. And it says here in the plan, the number and size of the detention ponds may vary based on the ability to secure land or right-of-way for infrastructure, the timing of development or specific properties, or a different engineering approach. I think that the detention ponds should be designed and not on the availability to secure land or the right-of-way for the infrastructure or the timing of the development. That bothers me because, water flows downhill. My dad used to say it's hard sometimes to get a gallon of water in a quart jar, and I've said that before. I think the wording needs to be more firmer. We need to know where the retention ponds will be and have a place for them before we go on. And I know that we have a bylaw that says, because when we did with the Milner, the last couple Milner Heights development, I'd like to flip to page 89 on here, and or 88, and I'm concerned about the general prerequisites. Why are it says here on 89, it says specific development prerequisites, and if you read down, it says we're entering into a service agreement with the township to secure required roads and utility upgrades, extensions, and stormwater management plans in accordance with the servicing provisions of this neighborhood plan, together with the existing servicing standards as set out by the township's subdivision and development service bylaws as amended from time to time. And a question I'll ask in a minute. And then number 2 is compliance with erosion and settlement control bylaws as amended from time to time for sediment plan. And then on number 3, it talks about tree protection and subdivision and development servicing as amended from time to time. So that time to time thing bothers me about detention. The top piece from 80th up, the water can go down a different way, but this residential area here, if we right now we've never seen flooding. I haven't seen flooding because we've got huge cedar trees, and we learned about how cedar trees can retain and how they can retain water. I'm worried about the wording I don't know how we can get around that, but I guess my question would be, we don't want the Township of Langley to put taxes higher to pay for what the developer should pay so that we can retain the water that comes off that hill, because it's quite a hill. And we're going to put it all in stormwater. Well, and then there's other, the one thing that I was glad to see, and it talks about the number and size of the detention ponds may vary, but it talks, where the heck was it here? That we are not allowed to have, this is a question, we're not allowed to have a retention pond pre-development. Could I have that? Why does it say that in here? Shit, I've lost the spot now.
So there's several questions there. Maybe
yeah, there's
staff
several
wants
questions.
to,
I'm sorry.
Address that, along the way.
So, Your Worship, I'll start with perhaps the easiest one from our technical point of view. If we are to designate private property for public uses, other than through the zoning process, that is, other than them being volunteered through the zoning process, we must acquire those. So if we were to specify the lot and parcels right now that were to be used for specific municipal purposes, such as storm detention ponds, we'd have to acquire those at fair market value. So instead, we require the developers to provide those to us at the rezoning stage, and we can't be specific as to where they are. We give stars or an asterisk to indicate the general area where they are, likewise with parks and those sorts of issues. The other comments you were raising in terms of some of the variability in the language was because the form of the pond may not be the conventional form. It would certainly have the capacity to store as per the 100-year flood level or whatever it may be chosen, but it may be in pipes, it may be underneath a soccer field, it may be an open pond. It depends entirely upon what's going to make the most sense for the area at that time. And the time-to-time reference really simply reflects the fact that future councils may change the standards, and as such then that anything that's been done anything that goes forward from the date of that change would also have to meet those standards. So it recognizes the variability of councils in terms of measuring and usually increasing some of the standards as we go forth.
Okay, that answer was about the detention ponds. But then we, I've got this. We just learned from, tonight, we had pictures here that said, I guess it's on there, it talks about the downstream floodplain impacts. And it says retention of the infiltration swales, trenches, and gallery systems that we on-site sources control, including like landscaping, green roofs, water quality features such as oil separators. Okay, that downstream flooding impacts. Well, but I didn't see. This has come to us tonight on here, and so I took a picture of it. If I had it on Thursday, I would.
Worship, again, we want to be careful at this stage about accepting additional information. The collective council shouldn't be receiving additional information.
No. We received it. This is what staff gave to me.
Okay,
I took a picture of it right here. Just flip down to it. It's downstream floodplain impacts.
On the presentation?
Yeah, on the preservation.
Presentation.
Detect facility control, two detention facilities control post-development. Okay. Maybe we should put it on the screen because I'm...
Can we go forward one slide? That might have been it.
It says here, maintain, okay. Number 3, I think. It says downstream. Yeah, go to number 3. Yeah, there we go. No, one more, sorry. Oh, shit. No, go the other way.
There we go.
Maintain minimum and accommodate appropriate peak flows for watercourses that provide fish and wildlife. On-site retention. All this says is we have to be able to control the floodwater. But we're not, and the taxpayer had to pay for the Milner Heights, in my opinion. Well, it wasn't my opinion. We had to pay for it, and we had to make big improvements. And we're seeing these pictures were taken 3 weeks ago of flooding off the hill from Terra, and now in the future, taxpayers are going to have to pay when there's a problem. So what can we do about that? Oh, thanks.
Okay, so
we're going to have flooding, and we're going to have, and like I say, I think it's a good plan. I want to go ahead with it, but to play follow up behind and say, well, we can get that piece, and we can get that piece. Well, let's do I don't like that. We're going to have a lot of water, and it's and from 80th down, it's downhill, and we're going to dump it all into the Salmon River, and this is that's I guess.
So if I can kind of maybe Mr. Backen can help, but I think the question is, will the detention ponds and the measures that are taken to control the flooding or the extra water events be sufficient to mitigate some of the problems that you're concerned about? I think that's what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
Your Worship, I'll try, and Mr. Seffi can help. The principle is that the flows post-development should be no greater than pre-development, and that there must be infrastructure such as ponds or pipes or areas underneath playing fields must retain any water that would be beyond the pre-development flows. So that principle has been established under both provincial and federal guidelines in terms of making sure that the flows are contained and controlled. Reference was made then to sometimes there's been, failures of those systems. There may have been historically such challenges, but over time the technology has improved by making sure that there are systems that will filter some of the flows so that there wouldn't be buildup. I think what Councillor Davis might be referring to is in the area of Hog Alley, for example. Over the years, there was silt and other things that were built up that did cause some need for additional, I was going to say dredging, but additional excavations, which were difficult because of the fisheries impacts. Those, however, stemmed, I think, in part from some developments many years ago that others may have come across as part of their developments. But there is a lot of, dispute about that. But in any event, the increased technology in terms of filtration and flow monitoring seems to have made that better in many cases. Now, Mr. Seffi, are you able to elaborate on any of the technical questions that have been raised?
Your Worship, in addition to the typical stormwater management measures and requirements that include detention facilities, and I have to say that in this particular case we are oversizing the ponds, so they are larger than what is typically required for that kind of a catchment. In addition to that, as was referenced by Mr. Nelson earlier on, this particular neighborhood will have a requirement for on-site infiltration that will actually help to mitigate any issues even further. So that is something that we have not had in other neighborhoods. We have, but not to this extent. So there have been different types of on-site infiltration requirements, for example, in Yorkson and in Routley. But in this case, we are actually extending that and expanding on it and making it a requirement to make sure that there is adequate attention to stormwater management.
Okay. What I was referring to with the Milner Heights is the concrete pipe, the 4-foot concrete pipe that had to come down out of Heights and the railroad crossing because there was too much water to get underneath the railroad. We had to put a bigger pipe there, and that wasn't cheap. And I think the township had to pay for that. I guess my point is, also we talked about 216th going to be a 4-laner. Well, right now, when it rains, we have problems with 216th. I can't ride my bike up because there's a 8-inch, right on the side because we can't maintain the sides because the horses. We can't backfill our 216th. So right from the bottom of 216th, quite a ways up the hill, right at the side of the road, it's always a washout, and we're always filling it back up. And the township's I haven't filled it up for a while, and so when that becomes a 4-laner, there's going to be a heck of a lot more water there too. That isn't going to be held back by. Hey, you know what? We're going around circles here. I am, not you, but we better make sure that we can retain that water, because I don't want taxes going up when we have to clean the mess up, because if we vote for this, we're going to who cleans the mess up? Thank you.
I think that's a good point, and I think that's exactly what staff are attempting to do. And as Mr. Backen or Mr. Seffi said, this is, or Mr. Seffi had said that they're actually building in more capacity in this than what is required. So I think learning from what you're talking about is what this plan has. Councillor, Councillor Davis, are you finished now?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Richter.
Okay, I have 4 comments here, 2 motions, 2 comments. Councillor Davis, the trees that you wanted to protect, where are they located? Like, what's the roads that they're located on? You talked about a big stand of cedars because you wanted a second park. What area would that second park be in? I didn't quite understand.
Well, I wasn't going to say, because I can't say where the best place for it is. But there's a set of a grove of cedars, well over 100 years old or 100 years old, that started. I don't want to go back to the Terra, but that 19 acres, it ran right along the top of the hill where Morrison Crescent is, and it's kind of made its way down past that piece of property that has the X on it, and then and all the 3 lots that were that come, yeah, almost right there, and it just kind of carries down and maybe ends up down by the water, the conservation area there, and so.
So would it be captured? Would that, because I don't know where you're referring to, but would those stands of trees be included in the 5-acre Williams View Park, in your opinion?
Well, it all depends which side of the road they put it on. Okay. Because that one piece of property has been stripped of all its cedars right in between there, and you can't, you can have a park without, you want just. They're big, beautiful trees, and but that grove runs kind of down towards almost to the school site. Now, back a little bit on this side where 76 would be, and kind of right in that area. But we're going to have houses there. We're going to have to cut some of the trees down to build houses and put 6 to 10 UPA, and there'll be a good view over all the roofs of the houses. But if the park goes out this side, then it's going to be a view of the, Mount Baker, and it's quite a nice view.
Okay. Thank you.
So you're comfortable they'll be protected, or do you think we need to put a motion forward that consideration be given to protecting the cedars in that general vicinity?
You won't get 6 to 10 units per acre if you want to, put a bunch of houses in around a bunch of tall strip timbers, because they're cedar.
So, thanks. Councillor
I
Richter.
like the trees.
Yeah, Councillor Richter, you can carry on.
Councillor Richter, what?
You can
What
carry
are you
on,
asking me to do? Carry on? Okay. So you don't think that you want to proceed then, Councillor Davis, with having a second park to encompass those trees?
Well,
I don't know if this is.
Is this fair?
Yeah, I think Councillor Richter
I
has.
would like to have a second park in there. I think because
we did that.
Parks are beautiful, right? Yeah. And where are the people going to play on park?
Okay, then I'd like to make a motion that we have a second park in the general vicinity that has been outlined by Councillor Davis.
You second it, you mean?
Seconded.
Second. Councillor Davis seconds the amendment. I'm still not clear where that is. I think there is.
Where the Williams View Park is.
Yeah, so staff have identified, and as Mr. Backen very eloquently pointed out, to put the star on where the park goes exactly where it's going to go sometimes makes it difficult for us to purchase land. So I'm not going to support that, but I think staff are already on top of it. Councillor Fox.
Holy smokes, the hour must be getting late. The motions are just unbelievable. But I'm looking here at 2 maps, okay? I'm looking at this map here, and I'm looking at a Google map here, and the conservation area that's shown here aligns very nicely, thank you staff, okay, their heads are nodding, with the grove of trees. I'm looking at it. Take that, put it on there. Okay, so they're preserved. So the house that's there will be demolished eventually. There's one piece of property there. He or she, whoever owns it, is going to lose a heck of a lot more than the guy at the corner of Morrison and whatever, because there's no buildable spot on that property at all, none, and it's all gone to, and the trees are right there. So I don't know what we're talking about here, quite frankly. They're preserved, they're there, and on top of it, you have a T, because you have these trees that are here preserved as well as a watercourse compensation area. So I'm not sure what we're voting on.
Thank you. Councillor Richter.
No, I put it back on because that's the first of the three things I wanted to talk about briefly.
Sorry, we're talking about this motion. You had your...
Yeah, no,
I just
let's just have a vote on it. If there's a second park in there, we want to protect those trees. They're 100-year-old trees. Let's do it.
I'm calling the question on this amendment. Amendment fails. Councillor Fox, Councillor Whitmarsh, Mayor Froese, Councillor Qualley, Councillor Sparrow, Councillor Long opposed. Councillor Richter.
Okay. The second question that I have is regarding the community amenity fees. I just want to reaffirm with staff that there are no changes planned for those fees, that what were incorporated in the plan will continue to go forward as planned, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Seffi, thank you.
Okay, because I think maybe finally we've got the fees where they should be. Okay, I'd like to make a motion that the rainwater management conveyance system criteria be increased to accommodate a 200-year rainfall event.
There's a seconder.
That was on the first slide that
Is there a seconder?
Councillor
Davis seconds. Amendment. Councillor Richter, do you wish to speak to that?
Yeah, I wish to speak to it. I think Councillor Davis is 100% correct. By the time we get all the blacktop in this area, and what we're experiencing now, and we know we're experiencing more extreme climate changes through climate change, global warming, and so on. I think we have to build to the 200-year level at least. I would like to put it at the 500-year level, but I think if we go with 200, we'll probably mitigate as much of the damage as we get through a normal winter as possible.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Seffi or staff on, you mentioned earlier that the stormwater management plan is being upsized, I guess, a little bit bigger than what's required. And we talk about 100-year. So the upsizing, is that, now what does a 200-year look like? Is that significantly different than what we've already planned, or are we already really contemplating a more significant rainfalls? As Mr. Nelson, I think, alluded to climate change, and we're getting more rain events and that sort of thing. So,
Your Worship, that doesn't, what we have done is that does not necessarily equate to a design that is capable of conveying a 200-year storm event. That is actually, in my view, something that should be done as part of the subdivision development servicing bylaw as opposed to the neighborhood plan level, because then it actually allows for the design to be based on the 200-year level when the actual rezoning applications come forward, as opposed to at this stage, which we're actually looking at the conveyance system, but we're just looking at the sort of the main system of stormwater management as opposed to the detailed design.
So in the plan, when it refers to 100-year, that really is, you're saying you can look at it in more detail and actually increase. When you look at specifics, it doesn't have to say 200-year. We're still addressing some of the more significant rainfall events that could occur.
That's correct. And also, if council wish to make the change and actually make it a more stringent requirement, I would suggest that would be the subdivision development servicing bylaw as opposed to the individual neighborhood plan.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, you've got the floor next. So just wanted to clearly understand what you just said. So in the neighborhood plan, we have 100, it says 100-year to the 100-year level. And you're saying that it'd be a separate bylaw that we would then codify or whatever?
Sure. Perhaps I can restate, Your Worship. I apologize for not being clear. So the neighborhood plan does not actually reference the conveyance system. It talks about major key infrastructure that is needed to support the proposed land use designation. Part of that major infrastructure are ponds, detention facilities. And those are designed based on what we have in the Subdivision Development Servicing Bylaw. And in this case, we have gone beyond that and provided extra contingency, if you will, for an additional storage capacity. The conveyance that Councillor Richter was referencing is actually the specifications and standards are provided for in the Subdivision and Development Servicing Bylaw, which is the appropriate instrument for us to increase the requirements to something other than the 100-year.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for clarification. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, so if we have a zoning bylaw that says, or servicing zoning bylaw that says 200 years, but our neighborhood plan, which is the higher level piece, says 100 years, can developers sue us or refuse to do it because we've got two contradictory pieces of information? Now, if the zoning bylaw is going to go to the 200 year, I think that's great, but I think it should be consistent with what's in the plan, and what's in the plan is 100 year. So I think if we make the plan consistent with the zoning bylaw, we're not going to get any feedback or negative fallout from developers going forward.
Thank you. So, Mr. Backen, can you answer that question, or Mr. Sefi, on the legalities of the wording of 100 year or 200 year?
So again, Your Worship, there are two different types of facilities. One is the actual storage, and then the other one is the conveyance. I don't believe there is any potential for challenge if the Subdivision and Development Servicing Bylaw was to be amended by Council to require something different and have the neighborhood plan provide for detention facilities that accommodate a lower level of a storm event.
Thank you. That helps clarify. Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, I'm going to call the question. And the motion fails. Councillor Whitmarsh, Mayor Froese, Councillor Qualley, Councillor Sparrow, Councillor Long opposed. Back to the main motion. Councillor Richter, did you have anything else to add?
Yes, I have one more motion I'd like to put forward. I'd like to make a motion that green roofs be mandatory in the business park, the gateway area, the mixed-use commercial area, and the neighborhood service commercial areas. Mandatory green roofs.
A seconder. Councillor Davis seconds. Discussion on mandatory green roofs. Councillor Richter, did you want to speak to it first?
Yeah, I think that putting green roofs in there is going to be a massive step forward in sustainability in this community, and it's also going to help mitigate potential runoff downstream to Fort Langley and the floodplain there.
You, Councillor Davis?
Same thing. I think it, number one reason, it retains water, retains runoff, and it's good for the environment. And we had a delegation come, maybe a year ago, and he talked about the longevity of the roof. If it's done right, a green roof can last for a long, long time, and that's better than having a tar and gravel smoke job every 30 or 40 years. Green roofs are good, so I'm going to support it.
Councillor Arneson?
Yes, thank you, Worship. I'm very much in support of green roofs. I know that, there have been some challenges, I think, in the past, but I would like Council to recall that we had very expert individuals from BCIT coming to speak to us about it. And in fact, in Europe, there are many communities there that have, some of them have had them for over 100 years. In addition to being good for the runoff, they actually create a trade-off for biodiversity. So you can have things there. If we're really being honest with ourselves, yeah, it's great that we've got pocket parks and we've got areas that we're preserving, but we're taking out an awful lot of our original vegetation there. And so it is, I think, fair compensation to put it onto a green roof, and potentially it can provide also an amenity depending on the building design for people that are there. So you could even grow food on it if you wanted. It has all sorts of uses. Also, it's good for greenhouse gases because it tends to keep your heating, well, actually it's your cooling costs down because it provides a really great insulation. So overall, I'm very supportive of that. And, You know, a lot of our policies, I have to say, I know it's late, I won't go on too long, but a lot of our policies are voluntary. They're just discretionary. So we're always suggesting certain things happen. I'd like to have a checklist if we're going to have categories of things that we want to provide an amenity, that at least a couple of them have to be done. I think we have to get to the point where some of them are mandatory. And we keep talking about, I've seen numerous staff reports that suggest green roofs might be an option. And I think we finally now have at least one in a new medical building, I recall, in Willoughby. So I think that this would be a really good thing if we could have that in our new area, because it is balancing those interests.
Councillor Long.
Yeah, well, it is a great idea, but I wonder if I can get a comment from staff. We've heard from council. It's something that we'd like to pursue. But can staff give us some practical advice on how this can be applied and whether there'd be any success in it?
Mr.
Seffi? Your Worship, it is a good idea. It could be implemented. We have to make sure that it does not conflict or run afoul of the BC building permit, the BC building code in terms of the requirements. And to that point, I think it would be wise to, refer the discussions to, possibly legal advice to see how we could make sure that the language is defensible.
Referral then, Your Worship, or should we pass it and staff will take care of something like that, or attempt to pass it?
It could be referred back to staff to get legal advice and then bring back to council at a later date.
Well, that'll hold up the whole thing.
No, you can make it could be a referral and then come back and we can make an amendment. Is that correct, Mr. Backen? How would this work?
No.
That would be challenging, Your Worship, but I think there might be a middle ground that would actually achieve the same
That's what I'm
thing.
looking for, the middle ground.
Green roofs be required where, I'll rephrase it, the green roofs be, the challenge is with the word mandatory, the green roofs be utilized to the greatest extent possible in the areas were listed, but I'm calling it in all non-residential areas.
Okay.
So that's what I was looking forward to, exactly. That is a fairly strong wording, but does allow for some reasonable exceptions should they pop up.
Do you wish to make that amendment?
Yeah.
Councillor Long, is there a seconder to Councillor Long's amendment? Councillor Whitmarsh. So I'll open up Amendment 2, and that's to change the wording. To
and Mr. Backen can sharpen it up somehow a little bit there too.
Okay, so discussion on the amendment. Councillor Fox.
Yeah, I think if we're going to do this and go to the green roof concept, I think that the best way to do it is to have some form of a potentially value-added benefit to it for the developer, so that if they did do a green roof, that there may be some financial, not gain is not the word, but they would be able to have some financial advantage given to them, so that maybe they get a small DCC rebate or something like that that would encourage them to do this. So I'll support the amendment, but I can't support mandatory because I think that there may be a building design that comes forward that just might not, for whatever reason, fit. And sometimes we can build ourselves or put ourselves into a hole. So I think if you're going to do this, you got to incentivize it in some form or fashion, but that's not what we're going to do tonight. So I'll support what's there and maybe look at the long term of trying to incentivize it in such a way that there's value added to it.
Okay, thank you. I've got a speakers list. I just want to remind council of the time, so we'll keep our comments brief and succinct. Councillor Qualley.
Thank you. So I also support the concept of green roofs, but I don't support it just in Williams. I'd like to see it extended throughout the municipality. So I think rather than supporting an amendment to this plan, I would make a referral back to staff to come up with policies around green roof amenities throughout the township, and like Councillor Fox suggested, talk about how to best incentivize people to take these kinds of environmental steps. So I don't think it's necessary to just do it in this area, but I'd be very supportive of having a holistic discussion about what it could look like throughout the whole township. Because I'm looking right now on page 139 of the Williams plan, and I'm looking at the amenity cost schedule is $50 million, and I'm not sure what this, green roof mandatory situation would do to some of these costs, and change perhaps the sort of the plan as it is. But I think we need to look at it more holistically for the whole municipality, and not just green roofs, but other kinds of green infrastructure. So I'm not going to support it tonight on this plan, but I will bring a motion forward later to talk about it for the whole municipality.
Thank you. Councillor Whitmarsh.
Yeah, I would agree. I think with that, I think the green roofs is a great concept, and I think makes. I think there's a lot of good reasons to do it across the entire township. We have some other community plans that are being developed, neighborhood plans and so on, that we could start to incorporate some of that. So I think a bigger discussion on that topic would be useful. And rather than us just putting something in here now, I think we should look at something that might apply township-wide.
Yeah, this the amendment. Yeah, we're on the amendment to the amendment right now. Okay, we'll get that clear. Councillor Sparrow, on the amendment to the amendment.
Yeah, the amendment to the amendment. I'm not going to support it. I agree. I think that we need to look at this from a bigger perspective besides just Williams, and echo Councillor Qualley's points.
Thank you. Councillor Richter.
Well, there's an awful lot of roof going in this plan, an awful lot of commercial and building roof, and it's a shame not to put it in place in this plan. I have a very big concern that if we don't put it in this plan in some shape, and I'd be willing to support Councillor Long's modified proposal, then it'll never go into this plan. And that's the sad part, which means it'll only possibly, maybe, be Brookswood that ends up with green roofs.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Very quickly, we're talking about the amendment to the amendment.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's not mandatory.
Right.
Mr. Backen is, he's talking about some wording that will make it encouraged and provided, but there will be certain circumstances that may not happen. We are talking about Williams, so this is a good start. If you want to spread to the rest of the township, that's terrific, but I wouldn't hold it up here.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Qualley.
Thank you. It's my understanding that if we implemented a new building structure requirement for green roofs, it would apply to all of the township, regardless of the age of the plan. Is that correct?
No, I don't know. Mr. Backen, can you clarify?
That could apply to structures going forward.
Yes.
In parts that are undeveloped in other plans, yes.
So it could apply still potentially to building in Williams, because we have a lot of roofs everywhere.
An outside area, an outside motion, outside the context of this plan could have a broad applicability depending upon the nature of the motion.
Okay, thank you.
I see no further discussion. Could you just read the amendment back to us, please?
Your Worship, I have it as being that green roofs will be utilized to the greatest extent possible in the areas were listed, but I'm simply calling them in the non-residential areas.
So it's not mandatory, it's just that it's something that could be to the greatest extent possible, so it's not mandatory by that. Okay, I'll call a question on that one. H1. And it carries. Councillor Whitmarsh, Mayor Froese, Councillor Qualley, Councillor Sparrow opposed. So now we're at the amendment as amended, which basically, a little bit confusing here. Discussion on the amendment as amended, which is, it's been done. So, Ms. Bauer, if you can help me out with this one. We still had an amendment and we amended it with some new wording. Do we still have to vote again on that? Yeah, okay, so I'm going to, Councillor Fox, do you want to speak to it?
No.
Okay, I'm going to call the question just so I think it's more of a... Sorry, I need it this late. Can I have it again? Sure.
Green roofs be utilized to the greatest extent possible, and to paraphrase, in all non-residential areas.
And votes similar. Councillor Whitmarsh, Mayor Froese, Councillor Qualley, Councillor Sparrow opposed. It carries. And so now we're back to the main motion as amended. Any further discussion on the main motion as amended? Sure, Councillor Richter.
Did we actually move the main motion?
Yes.
And so it's all the amendments we've been doing for the last 2.5 hours,
Yes.
correct?
Yeah, we couldn't amend it without the movement, so it's been moved and seconded. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to call the question on each one. And the motion carries with Councillor Richter opposed. Okay, we move on to bylaws for final adoption, and I-1 is 2018 Langley Annual Rates and Tax Collection Bylaw for Universal Services 5363. Councillor Long moves it. Councillor Davis seconds it. Any discussion? Seeing none, calling the question on I-1. And it carries with Councillor Richter opposed. Move to I-2, Langley Fees and Charges Bylaw Amendment 5368 and 5359. Motion, please. Councillor Sparrow. Councillor Qualley seconds it. Discussion on I-2. Seeing none, call the question. Carries unanimously. Move on to I-3. This is Official Community Plan Amendment and Rezoning Application number 100135. Bylaws 5325 and 5326. Sorry, movement was by Councillor Long, seconder. Councillor Fox, discussion on the bylaws. Councillor Arneson.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to staff, I noticed that in the report there's the rezoning of civic institutional lands to residential purposes. I'm just wondering if staff could comment on whether or not we're maintaining enough of our civic institutional lands relative to any kind of conversion.
Safi?
Yes, Your Worship, and I can also advise Council that civic institutional uses can go in any zone. So they don't need to be rezoned. They can go in any zone. Civic institutional.
Oh, okay. So you're saying that in any residential zone, somebody could apply to have it rezoned for institutional?
Civic institutional.
Civic institutional. Okay. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question on I-3, bylaws. And it carries with Councillor Richter, Councillor Arneson opposed. And the development permit, I need a motion for the two development permits, 100836 and 100837. Councillor Fox moves, second by Councillor Qualley. Discussion on those. Call the question. Did you vote? Oh, sorry. I missed your vote. I'm going to recall the vote. I pushed it too soon. Okay, we're voting again. Sorry. Councillor Davis was a little bit behind. Everybody else got the vote in?
Oh, yes.
Sorry.
I thought we already voted.
Yeah, we did, but Councillor Richter, Councillor Arneson, Councillor Davis opposed. The motion carries. And we move on to I-4, Official Community Plan Amendment and Rezoning Application 100132. This is bylaws. We'll do the bylaws 5267 and 5268. Councillor Long, second by Councillor Whitmarsh. Discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question I-4. Carries with Councillor Richter, Councillor Arneson, Councillor Davis opposed. And the development, so now we have a development variance permit, okay, development permit application numbers. Do we do those and the variance permit at the same time or separately? Can be done at the same time? So development permit application numbers 100808, 100822, 100843, and development variance permit application number 100084. Can I have a motion, please? Councillor Whitmarsh, second by Councillor Fox. Discussion, I-4. Seeing none, I'll call the question on those permits. And it's carried with Councillor Richter, Councillor Arneson, Councillor Davis opposed. Move on to the Mayor's report. I'll read fast. I'll do the highlights. We got a video in here we got to have. So those are left. Good evening. Must say that on April the 26th was Township's 145th birthday and our annual Municipal Awareness Day. It was a great success. We had visiting students, teachers, and our staff. We welcomed 1,800 elementary school children to the civic facility where they learned about what we do on a daily basis in the role of council. I'd like to thank Councillor Long, Qualley, Whitmarsh, and Davis for running the mock council meetings. Thank you very much. In the evening was the Upcycling Design Challenge where residents turn trash into art. Councillor Arneson, Councillor Whitmarsh, and Councillor Qualley attended. Best in Show went to Robert Maitland for his dragon sculpture. Well, that's pretty cool. On Saturday, April 28th, was a Memory Grove tree planting event in Fort Langley. The official opening ceremony for the Grove will be Saturday, June 2 at 10:30 a.m. I'd like to thank Brenda Smith and Kurt Alberts for all of their hard work to ensure this project's completion. And you can see the scouts are there helping out. It was quite a neat day. On Monday, April 30th, I had the opportunity to welcome several students from France who are in an exchange program with Walnut Grove Secondary School. I'd like to thank the teacher, Aaron Anderson, and French 8, 9, and 10 for this. So it was great to welcome them here, and they're all from Arras in France, northern France. April 30th was also the first meeting of a new community input task force. This was a great initial meeting and very productive. The next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, May 29th. On Tuesday, May 1 was the Big Brothers, Big Sisters AGM and Volunteer Appreciation event at Redwoods. The event honors the volunteers and supporters of the agency because they make such a big difference in the lives of children in our community. McDonald's McHappy Day was on Wednesday, May the 2nd, and I enjoyed working the drive-thru at Ron Knight's location at 200th Street and 82nd Avenue, as well as the Aldergrove location. I think Councillor Long was there too. I think we weren't there at the same time, but it was great to see the support and such a worthy cause. On Thursday, May 3rd, was the Township and UDI's Open for Business breakfast meeting. Guest speakers included Ken Peacock, the Chief Economist at BCLC. The theme of the event was that the Township of Langley is open for business, and many ways that businesses can explore, experience, and excel in our municipality. A great way to kick off Economic Development Week, which starts on Monday and runs through, Monday, May 7th through the 11th across Canada and the U.S. On Thursday, May 3rd, was a dedication ceremony at the Derek AA Arboretum for the Benches for Diversity project. 2 8-foot cement mosaic benches were created by ceramic artist Ellen Brewer-Wright with the aid of students from 4 Fraser Valley high schools. The community project saw over 400 handmade tiles painted with self-portraits and words about the community by students from grade 6 to 12. This project was made possible by a generous anonymous donation and has been gifted to the Langley Township and permanently housed at Derek AA Arboretum as part of the Township's Public Art Initiative. On Saturday, May 5th, was a Denim and Diamonds Gala at the Coast Hotel. The event was well attended, with proceeds benefiting Langley Memorial Hospital's new Langley Emergency Ward. I'm not sure of the exact number raised, but there were more than $150,000 announced through the surprise donations during the event. And actually, there's a penciled in here. I think we got a late amount, $494,000 for hospital, and for a lot of equipment, not just improving the emergency ward. There's a lot of different equipment that was purchased by donations. The 56th annual Langley Walk was held on May 6th in Brookswood. More than 800 people attended with great participation by the 2 Langleys. The weather was fantastic, and there are many badges handed out. Thank you to Councillor Long, Councillor Fox, Councillor Whitmarsh, and Councillor Richter for assisting. And there is a video. There we go. Oh, it's a jerky video. They're running fast. Look how fast they are. That's pretty good. Also on Sunday, May 6th, was the official book signing for Councillor Angie Qualley's new book, Eating Local in the Fraser Valley, a food lover's guide, featuring over 70 recipes from farmers, producers, and chefs. Congratulations, Councillor Qualley, on such an amazing book. I know it takes a lot of work to write a book. I was going to once. I gave up after the first recipe. Upcoming events, May 14th to 25th is the annual LEPS AGM. May 21st, May Day Parade. May 23rd is the 2018 Township Farm Tour. And June 8th is a Relay for Life. And at this point, is there anything that Council would like to add? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. Oh, there's some. Anybody want to add anything?
I would just like to say quickly that Councillor Whitmarsh and I had the opportunity to attend the Division of Family Practice community planning event. And, your comments about the hospital, it is a priority for everybody in the community to improve our hospital situation. But it doesn't matter how big your hospital and how big your doctor's offices are when you have no actual doctors. So it was really interesting to spend the evening with the division and work with them on their long-term plan.
Great, thank you. Okay. All right, so now we move on to items from prior meetings, and I think we're going to need some extra time. Shall we go? Councillor Sparrow?
Can I just make a motion that we refer this to the next council meeting, the following items? Or I'll make that motion then. I don't think any of them are time sensitive, so.
Your worship, as a brief comment, the first one would be time sensitive if there was substantive work done on the motion that could impede things. The second one is up to council.
Let's see if we can extend the meeting quarter after. So a motion to do that, we'll do that. Councillor Davis, second by Councillor Long. All those in favor, show of hands. Opposed, carried. Okay. Councillor Richter.
Yes, I'd like to move reconsideration of rezoning application number 100481 and development permit number 100898.
Is there
bylaw 5306?
Seconder, Councillor Arneson seconds. So I will discussion. Any discussion, Councillor Arneson?
I'll let Councillor Richter go first.
Councillor Richter, do you want to push your button or?
Yeah, well, my thing is still on here, so I just think that. The fact that this particular facility is going to be, as a result of closing down other testing facilities, so it's all being combined into this first centralized testing facility, and that according to the letter that we received as part of the report, attachment B under item H1, that this is especially focused for new drivers wishing to operate commercial vehicles. It will conduct commercial driver testing within the Lower Mainland from Hope to Squamish. The fact that they are closing down their other testing facilities and putting them all into this testing facility, I think, is going to result in a huge influx of truck traffic to that part of North Langley, and that's why I think it needs to be reconsidered. I'm not sure all of council appreciated, and perhaps I didn't at the time either, exactly how many facilities are involved here. There's 3. There's one in Surrey, one in Abbotsford, and one in Port Coquitlam. They're all getting closed down, and all that traffic is now going to come to North Langley.
Thank you. Councillor Arneson on the reconsideration motion.
Yes, thank you, Worship. I didn't vote for it in the first place, and sometimes when you look at a situation and you really start looking at it in detail, I have visited that site a couple of times, and what I thought was important for council to consider that didn't really come out in the overall discussion was the fact that this facility needs to have now 2 driveways off 96th Avenue. So I understand from a policy point of view, the 96th Avenue, there are currently a number of residences that are specifically precluded from having extra driveways because 96th Avenue is going to be expanded. And in order to keep the connectivity and the flow of traffic, you want to reduce the number of on and off. Instead, what we're doing is we are having larger volume of very bulky vehicles, so long vehicles. And if you looked at the staff report, you would see in that area, so there's 2 lanes there, but one of them is for the truck traffic, and the other one is, it's just going to be a problem. It's already congested, and so I think we need to reconsider this because going forward, and we were talking tonight about having an overall perspective or being holistic. Well, I think if we're going to be holistic and having an overall vision of what this area is going to look like, then with the increased volumes of traffic we are going to have on that roadway, it is just going to create a really untenable bottleneck. It's already problematic, and it's going to make it worse. So I think it's really marginalizing the traffic movements going forward in the future. So I think we should just nix this plan.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the reconsideration. On the reconsideration. Yep. And the reconsideration fails. Councillor Fox, Councillor Whitmarsh, Mayor Froese, Councillor Qualley, Councillor Long opposed. And so now we move on to other business. Councillor Arneson, you're on. You have a motion.
Yeah.
Notice the motion.
Yeah, I'll just read the last part. Therefore, be resolved, the council directs staff to proceed with a needs assessment based on current TOL demographics to inform a review of best management practices for metro-wide communities in order to provide appropriate formulas and strategies to identify all relevant opportunities for the township to collaborate and partner with senior levels of government and housing service providers, as well as the development community and community stakeholders in order to achieve this necessary social goal in a fair and equitable manner. I so move.
Second by Councillor Whitmarsh. Discussion?
Can I just?
Sure.
Thank you.
You can speak to it.
Okay. Well, actually, I was going to go into this long rationale for why we need it and what it is, etc. But given the late hour, I probably am not going to do that. So I hope Council will just consider the fact. So we've had a number of discussions lately. So we talked about affordable housing. Now we're talking about a needs assessment. Basically what this boils down to, and what I understand, is that prior to my putting this notice of motion forward, so when I did it, it seems like a couple of days later, apparently the province has now mandated that we have a needs assessment. So the provincial government has now said, through UBCM, which is where I got this information from, so it's going to be a requirement, and they have $5 million for the next 3 years to provide the communities with the funding to do that. So I just hoping that we will seize the momentum. We've got information coming forward saying the national housing strategy is coming on. We've got the provincial government, but we have to pre-identify opportunities to do that. And the only way that we can do that is if we have a planning document that shows us basically what our housing gaps are. So this is a rational way to move forward. And I did actually in my notes refer to the fact that we have a social sustainability strategy. And one of the pillars of that is housing. So the housing component has to be a part of our structure moving forward. So, but just based on this new information, in addition to what the notice of motion actually says, I would like to suggest that Council communicate with the province to find out the timing of the legislation and also the funding. So when could we get a hold of the funding? Because personally, I don't want this to be held up unnecessarily, but I don't know that we actually want to spend money from our own budget if the funding is available through the province. So I just would like to add that as further direction if Council will support this notice of motion.
Okay. Good motion. I think it's great. It's necessary. I'm just concerned about. I don't fully understand it. I think this could is something that would really work well in a future CPC meeting where we can get some presentation and truly understand what this all means. And then, with a better understanding, I think Council would be in a better position to direct staff. This is directing staff to just jump into it. And I would like to get more information myself. I think a motion to refer to a CPC meeting would be appropriate. Or to refer to, yeah, just refer to. We need more information on what this is. So, if you want to make that motion,
yeah, and to piggyback on Councillor Anderson's talking about the province mandating, so staff come back very quickly on how we proceed on this.
Okay, so you're moving to refer back to staff just to get some information on back to Council what this all entails. I don't know if that's Mr. Backen. You're looking confused. It's just this is. Ooh, shots fired.
So, Your Worship, it's being referred to staff. We just fill in the blank. It's being referred to staff to determine funding opportunities. Be referred to staff to.
Yeah, I think to gain a better understanding of what. Apparently, there's a new legislation. We just heard about it tonight. Just to automatically direct staff to proceed on needs assessment without fully understanding what it is, what the costs are involved, and what this all means. I think we need to have something back to us. So
on the regulatory environment.
Yeah, I think that would. Is that Councillor? Yeah. So Councillor Long moves that and seconder.
The referral.
Yeah.
To understand.
Yeah, to referring this to staff.
Sure.
Okay, Councillor Qualley. Just on discussion on the referral. Councillor Fox.
Yeah, just in a context of Councillor Arneson's remarks, I think the motion that I can support is the last comments that she made, is to do the investigation into what the options are. we have a social planner now, and this poor guy's running ragged. He's got the seniors committee and the project's all there. He's got the social sustainability charter that he's trying to work on and hosting events and so on and so forth. He's got a number of projects on the go. So my question is, if we direct staff to proceed with the new needs assessment, who's going to do it? I mean, I'm rationalizing the referral. So, I mean, A, who's going to do it? Who's going to pay for it? And I revert back to my comments and Councillor Arneson's comments. I think the cart went before the horse in this particular situation, Councillor Arneson. I think we need to find out from the provincial government exactly what the timeline is. You referred to timeline, how the costs can be accessed, and then come back and do the needs assessment for after that. And I'm hoping that's the intent of the referral.
Yeah.
Is that the intent of the referral?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Long? You're good? Councillor Arneson?
Oh, ever ready to proceed. Okay, no, I understand Councillor Fox's concern. If I can just say that this isn't something that is generally done by a social planner. This is something that would be along the lines of having a consultant. We've used consultants before. The one thing that I agree we don't know at the moment, so if it's being mandated and it has to actually be redone every 3 or 5 years just to keep up to date with the information, I would hope that the province, once we find out what their framework is, because I agree we just didn't make up our own, my understanding is they have a framework and they have an expectation, more or less, of a bit of a template about what they expect it to look like. But I'm hesitant to not go forward in a timely manner because if the province is going to pay for it, perhaps staff will find out from them that we can actually undertake it and get reimbursed. In any event, I hope it comes forward for the next council in our 2019 budget, because I think the growing social problem that we have with this gap is causing more and more resources to go towards something that's only a Band-Aid solution. We really need to get a handle on something that local government has not had to deal with before. This is our new reality. This is how it's going to be done, and this is like a ray of rationality in how to move forward. So I just hope it doesn't go to a CPC meeting, because that could be another year, and I wouldn't support that it be that far in the distance.
Councillor Long?
Referral to staff to come back in a timely manner, Your Worship.
Sometime in the next 15 years. Okay. All right. I'll call a question on N1. Yeah, referral. Yep. Motion carries. Councillor Arneson opposed. Is there any other business? I have a list.
Termination.
Councillor Fox?
I just have one quick thing, and hopefully it can take less than 2 minutes. I just wanted to, through you, Your Worship, to ask Mr. Backen if there's an update that he could provide relative to the investigation that's been ongoing since December, and in terms of my motion of November. Is there a conclusion time, a time for a report? When could we receive a report on that investigation? When could we expect to receive one? I'm sorry.
Your Worship, I guess the two-part question is, it's continuing. I understand there's still an interview or interviews to be conducted. Upon that being resolved, then I think it would be expected that it would be done within 6 to 8 weeks.
So our next meeting is June the 11th, I think, something in there. So could we expect it by then?
I would say before the summer break, I think would be the hope, more likely in July.
Is there any way we could expedite it?
It depends on the interview process being completed, and that process takes its own natural course. So it depends upon the parties involved in that interview process. I'm not sure where that's frankly at. So.
Okay, I'll ask the question again in June.
Thank you. Councillor Richter?
Yeah, just to follow up with that, Mr. Backen, how much has Mr. Plump billed the township for so far?
Worship, I don't know. I'll have to find that out for the next meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other business? Seeing none? No, you can say.
Termination.
Councillor Davis moves it. Councillor Long seconds it. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.